Okay. Well, first off, I am live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. Just want to share that, just to communicate that. Here on this group chat on TAG, not safe for work, I just wanted to inform all that I decided not to go to Colossalcon, Texas. I am not going to spend $67, $70, 56, or whatever the price is for a ticket. But I will go there to where it's open to the public, such as going to the arcade, Tomfoolery Arcade, and the food court, the food part. Like where they have restaurants and all that. Well, I'm just gonna leave that there, and y'all can figure that out. I mean, we'll go there. We'll go there before Colossalcon, Texas. We'll go there, have fun, and venture around just to get familiar with the interior of that place. But I will not be there at Kalahari. I will not be there for the event. I'm not gonna waste money on buying the 3-day weekend pass for Colossalcon, Texas. So I just want to give that a heads up. You can share this. You can share this voice chat. You can share what I said that I posted at 8:06 a.m. or 8:07 a.m. at the time and date of this message that I am not going to purchase the weekend badge, and I'm not going to be able to attend the event for Colossalcon, Texas, but I will go to Kalahari just to be at the Tomfoolery Arcade event and go eat at the restaurant, possibly. That is if I have the money to spend, but right now I am heavily on a budget. I need to pay nearly $3,000 credit card debt. Need to pay that much. And need to really save up for Honolulu, Hawaii in roughly a month away, 1 month away until the Honolulu, Hawaii trip. Just to communicate here and just let everyone know so everyone understand what's going on and make sure that they are given clear information. That's all I gotta say regarding Colossalcon, Texas. I will also communicate on the Instagram group chat just to make sure everyone is on the same page as well. And that's that, and that's the memo. Good morning, Texas cosplayer on Instagram group chat. For anyone that care to listen to my audio voice, I will leave a brief message just to give a heads up. It is 8:09 a.m. 8:09 a.m. in the morning, July 20th, 2026. At the time of this audio message to the Texas cosplayers, I just want to give a heads up that I hereby will not be attending Colossalcon, Texas event, but I will be there to go to Kalahari. That means I will be there. Anyone that have been to Kalahari, Round Rock, Texas, indoor water park. If you have been to Kalahari, I'm just gonna be there at the Tomfoolery Arcade or at the part where they have restaurants, stores, and snacks. Starbucks coffee. Well, for anyone that have never been there, I don't. If you're coming over to sleep over, again, give me 2 weeks notice or give me a month notice. Like what I'm doing right now. It is already July 20th. It's July 20th, and I'm communicating this far ahead of time, almost 1 month away. Or tomorrow will officially be 1 month away into Colossalcon, Texas. But I'm communicating just to give you a good example of how much of a heads up notice I'm giving that I will not be able to make it to Colossalcon, Texas for the event, but I will be there at the building, at the venue, at Kalahari to eat at a restaurant, maybe walk around the arcade, around there, like halfway. I will not be there at the convention side during the event, but basically I'll just be there at within the building, half of it is what I'm saying. But I am trying to save money and prioritize the Honolulu, Hawaii trip. I mean, I already communicate that numerous times. And also at the time, I'm also live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So I am actively live streaming and saying all this. So I am visually seen and captured on camera, communicating all this to the Texas cosplayers, to all surrounding friends, including my wife, in real time, in real life, just to make sure it's well documented and concrete that I have said this. So now that the Texas cosplayer has been informed, at least about me, I won't be able to make it to Colossalcon, Texas for the event, but I will make an effort to be there at Kalahari Indoor Water Park in Round Rock, Texas. Just part of the building. That's all I gotta say, and that's the memo. Uh, the phone leaves charging. Okay, let me double check. Okay, three, two, one. We're live. Well, I've already been live streaming for YouTube and Rumble. And if it ever gets shared on Twitch, Facebook, Pinterest, or various other social medias, okay, well, at least I'm already had it coming and already am aware of it. Thank you for anyone that cared to watch this live stream, tuning in, hearing me out from start to finish. Appreciate the share, repost. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for following. Appreciate hoping to be a successful and prosperous content creator like Mr. Beast, PewDiePie, Markiplier, various other content creators that have large subscribers and have large views. While I'm stuck at 195 subscribers on my YouTube channel, 64 followers on Rumble, 41 followers on Twitch, 10 followers on my Wattpad account, and down to 138 followers on Facebook, and 61 followers on Instagram, 192 watchers on DeviantArt under Sunbeam Zero. I'm just being honest, and you can give me credit. I mean, I am who I am, and just being me, trying to grow, and again, be striving to be a successful, prosperous content creator, hoping to make extra income, hoping to get my content monetized by the platforms. But I really hated that it is so dependent on followers and subscribers. I hate the gatekeeping. Anyway, it is 8:14, 8:15 a.m. in the morning. It is July 20th, 2026. So at the time, just documenting the date and time of this recording. Anyway, we're live and live streaming. This is General Sunbeam. Oh, hello everyone, audience and viewers, residents, neighbors, communities, friends and families, acquaintance, and the general public of the internet and social media platforms. Good day, or good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you're at. This is General Sunbeam reporting and keeping viewers updated. For those that care, thank you to everyone watching on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, or wherever this live stream may be shared. Before I begin, I hope I'm doing okay. I haven't been exercising lately, so that's my fault and my problem. My chest feels kind of tight. I feel like I've been eating a lot of popcorn. Well, I have been eating popcorn because I'm on a budget, and I have been eating ramen because I have no choice. And I have to eat to survive. I don't want to keep on spending because I have a high budget count. I'm heavily in debt. I have a very bad spending habit. I'm nearly like around $3,000 in credit card debt. I'm just gonna be honest. And then we got rent, lot rent, land rent coming up, house payment. all those usual shebang of paying bills, utilities, staying, being a responsible adult financially and being financially independent. Yeah, anyways, that's what's going on with me. Trying to drink water and trying to be more proactive I can, trying to exercise and get my heart pumping, beating, feeling that chest tightness ain't a good feeling. I mean, I don't know if I have hypertension, stage 1 or stage 2, high blood pressure or hypertension, but I don't have, but I do have a slight chest tightness, pre-indicating that I might have a heart attack or a cardiac arrest. Pray to the Lord that it doesn't happen. I pray to the Lord to live long as I can and to fulfill my in-game career goals and the American dream, and to ever be success and prosperity. So yeah. Now I'll try to get back to the point. I want to thank the people who have recently watched my profile, added my stories and artwork to their favorites or collections, and left thoughtful comments. Thank you very much for those that are optimistic and positive in that regard. And haters, trolls, anti-AI, and those that choose not to support me, follow me, and subscribe. With all due respect, I don't have anything nice to say about that. But I will say this: I don't have any respect and any sympathy towards criminals, violent criminals, those with intent to harm, and those who are haters, trolls, and to commit disastrous misconducts towards the innocent victims. I have no respect, I have no sympathy, and I have no regards or remorse. I know many will counter say negative things against criminals, especially aggravated violent criminals, that they wish that they will rot in jail and will not live to see the sunlight. So don't be a criminal. Don't be doing anything bad. Don't be hurting people. Don't be violent. Let's get along. We're all neighbors. We're all family. We're one big community. We all have problems. We all have conflicts, and all, at least coming from one of the friends on the Facebook Messenger in a group chat. So again, I want to thank the viewers and audience who have recently watched my profile, added my stories and artworks to their favorites or collections, and left thoughtful comments. I appreciate the followers and subscribers. Thank you. Appreciate the support. I appreciate genuine, sincere engagement with my original characters, writing, and creative projects. That I strive for success in that endeavor, hoping to pitch and produce my own anime, get it on television, with all these anime studio industries out there. I have also received comments from people advertising comic, manga, illustrations, and adaptation services, primarily on DeviantArt. I treat those messages as business solicitations rather than automatic endorsements. Before moving a conversation to Discord, email, or another platform, I believe creators should review the person's portfolio, verify or validate their identity, request written prices, conditions, and terms of service, and avoid paying through methods that offer no consumer protection, like no customer protection or money back guarantee, that kind of thing. With that creator update covered, let us move into the first major subject: Honolulu Hawaii trip update. First, I did do a late night live stream previously. Now I'm just trying to mop it up and recover again what's going on my previous live stream. So I did live stream yesterday, YouTube, Rumble, or throughout the late night, close to 2 a.m. I was really tired. I was yawning. Of course, I have a web camera on, have the camera on the laptop, and it's showing me all that. What you see is what you get, eye for an eye. So back to Honolulu, Hawaii trip update. The Honolulu, Hawaii trip on the island of Oahu, traveling there, is still scheduled for approximately September 6th through September 13th for 1 week in 2026. It is about roughly 2 months away, or 1 month, around there. I would say between 1 month and 2 months away on September 6th through September 13th, 2026. I have been communicating with the travel group, reviewing Waikiki hotel options, discussing transportation, calculating shared costs, and informing my immediate family members on either end, my immediate family members and immediate family and law members about the general travel plan, and communicating with surrounding friends. I mean, I did that just earlier with the message, with the messenger, with Facebook Messenger and the Instagram group chat with surrounding friends. So once again, I am informing my immediate family members as well as my in-law family members in Hawaii about the general travel plans. Daniel K. Inouye International Airport is the main public airport serving Honolulu and uses the public airport code HNL. Officially listed ground transportation options include taxis, rideshare services, airport shuttles, pre-arranged transportation, rental vehicles, the bus, and Skyline rail connections. Right now, my focus is making sure the hotel decision is financially reasonable and secured, booked for the occasion, booked for this travel flight plan. So my focus is making sure the hotel decision is financially reasonable, finalized, and secured. A hotel's advertised nightly price is not always the actual total. We must consider taxes, mandatory amenity or resort fees, deposits, cancellation deadlines, bed arrangements, maximum occupancy, and how much each traveler will contribute. Fair and share. As I communicated and have already discussed by phone call with my in-law family members, and have already communicated via email to my immediate family members, on the chat rooms I discussed with surrounding groups of travelers. We try to split the cost. It is somewhere pricey, mildly pricey, but it's manageable, financially manageable. So I've already discussed this with family members, in-law family members, and surrounding friends or travelers that will be, excuse me, that will be attending Honolulu, Hawaii for that occasion around the early month of September. I have already communicated by phone call and through chat on all that. There's some ups and downs, some confusion and conflict, but I'm always getting tired of what certain people, whether friends or not, say that are sounds very difficult to comprehend. Sorry about that. Got distracted. Again, just checking my messenger, checking the messenger. So that has been discussed regarding the Honolulu, Hawaii trip status. And I'm just sharing that openly to the general public on YouTube and Rumble. And if it gets shared on Twitch or various social media platforms, I said what I said here at 8:25 a.m. morning on July 20th, 2026, on this update, on this live stream update. I prefer having those details written in the group chat because written information allows everyone to review the same numbers, compare the hotels, and vote without confusion. And it's there if anyone needs to review it. So it allows everyone to review the same numbers, compare the hotels, and vote without confusion. And it's concrete. Of course, I would screen share it, screenshot it, screen share it, take pictures, photographs as a reminder. I mean, I don't see why what's wrong or why to hide it, but I like it written, details written. I want concrete proof. A written record is especially useful when several people have different work schedules, so they can reveal it at their own convenience. And I want to exercise courtesy and consideration that I don't bother anybody when they're working. And I am trying to be mindful of paying attention to everyone's work schedule if they're legitimately working. I know some has time off, like grocery stores, entertainment that are open year round. Some don't work on a Monday, some do work on a Monday. It is not consistent when it comes to working at arcades, grocery stores, if they're open all year long. But I'm just being mindful in courtesy and consideration when people have work. If they're currently working on duty, I try to respect their schedules and not disturb them when they're working. I don't want to get them in trouble with their employers. I want to make that loud and clear. Nope, I'm getting a text message, not a text message, a messenger on the messenger chat. Okay. Okay, well, I'm just going to respond this and just going to quote what you said here on this group chat. I am currently live streaming on YouTube and Rumble, so it is heavily being documented, strongly concrete for the record. I mean, there's also here written on the group chat as well. So I don't know. Now I'm just gonna respond what you said here regarding this. Okay, I need a second opinion because I got a call from a tech recruiter and he sent me this link. See how students are landing remote tech jobs and creating more freedom. Let me know if you can see yourself doing the same. There's a website link, must watch, who the boot camp is for. Front end simplified, the best place to learn front end. Frontendsimplified.com. I don't know what to say about that. I am not going to look into that. So that's your answer. I have no opinion. I don't care about that. I ain't going to apply for it. Probably a piece of trash. Now quoting what you said. I understand and I respect your decision. Well, you better respect my decision. You know me that I like to save money and I only care about producing content as a content creator. I'm a live streamer and again I am currently live streaming on YouTube and Rumble as we speak on the web camera. It is showing me clearly that I am talking and communicating here on this chat with my phone. So that's the solid proof and I'm communicating this in real time as we speak at 8:29 a.m. in the morning, 8:29 a.m. So yeah, I understand and I respect your decision. With that being said, just like at San Antonio at the previous convention, Colossalcon beach episode, I'll make sure Anna comes back home the same way she left for the convention, safe and sound. Well, you better make sure that she comes home safe. That my wife, Asuna Bina 500, comes back home before the Honolulu, Hawaii trip on September the 6th through the 13th. We have heavily discussed this with surrounding friends and both family members are made aware of. Both families in-law and my families. And I will let my father-in-law know about it, making sure that I'm communicating solid, concrete, transparent, no holds bar, open door policy, hands on the table, public, nothing private, especially if it's going to be found out later on. Like people can be Batman, vigilante, good, good at being detectives. I mean, I don't want to go into too much details, but yeah, I'm making this loud and clear, and that this whole group, as well as the Texas cosplayers on Instagram, Discord, or whatever messenger chat, should already know who I am, what I do, what my preference, and what I enjoy hobby wise, what my interests. I'll make it loud and clear for this group, for all the audience and viewers hearing me out on live stream. and for future content production on YouTube and other related social medias with videos, reels, and shorts, making that loud and clear. That's all I gotta say, and that's the memo. Texas cosplayer on Instagram group chat. For anyone that care to listen to my audio voice, I will leave a brief message just to give a heads up. It is 8:09 a.m. 8:09 a.m. in the morning, July 20th, 2026. At the time of this audio message to the Texas cosplayers, I just want to give a heads up that I hereby will not be attending Colossalcon, Texas event, but I will be there to go to Kalahari. That means I will be there. Anyone that have been to Kalahari, Round Rock, Texas, indoor water park. If you have been to Kalahari, I'm just gonna be there at the Tomfoolery Arcade or at the park where they have restaurants, stores, and snacks. You know, Starbucks coffee. Well, for anyone that have never been there, I don't know if you're coming over to sleep over. Again, give me 2 weeks notice or give me a month notice. Like what I'm doing right now. It is already July 20th. It's July 20th, and I'm communicating this far ahead of time, almost 1 month away. Or tomorrow will officially be 1 month away to Colossalcon, Texas. But I'm communicating just to give you a good example of how much of a notice, heads up notice I'm giving that I will not be able to make it to Colossalcon, Texas for the event, but I will be there at the building, at the venue, at Kalahari, to eat at a restaurant, maybe walk around the arcade, around there like halfway. I will not be there at the convention side during the event, but basically I'll just be there within the building, half of it is what I'm saying. But I am trying to save money and prioritize the Honolulu, Hawaii trip. I mean, I already communicated that numerous times. And also at the time, I'm also live streaming on YouTube and Rumble. So I am actively live streaming and saying all this. So I am visually seen and captured on camera communicating all this to the Texas cosplayers, to all surrounding friends, including my wife, in real time, in real life, just to make sure it's well documented and concrete that I have said this. So now that the Texas cosplayer has been informed, at least about me, I won't be able to make it to Colossalcon, Texas for the event, but I will make an effort to be there at Kalahari Indoor Water Park in Round Rock, Texas. Just part of the building. That's all I gotta say, and that's the memo. What made you? You've been scammed.
I've made $40,000 so far this month at just 17.
La beauté.
You're looking to earn.
Huh?
Hey, from New York, it's Saturday night. No, I'm just kidding. No, we're actually like New York now. Saturday family night experience. You're on Broadway. Yeah, I think we cleaned it out here in New York City. So, decided to come out and see.
You've been scammed online.
Instagram. Yeah, I'm just replaying that audio message on Texas cosplayer on the Instagram group chat, and just checking the messenger on Facebook. Yeah, I already respond with a next audio voice message. Well, I made it clear that I am actively live streaming on YouTube and Rumble, and it's all documented there as written and concrete. It's how I've been said, and it has been said at around 8:09 a.m., 8:17, 8:26 a.m., and now this is updated at 8:36 a.m. in the morning, July 20th, 2026. I am currently online active, and I am off from work. So this is my only time off of work. So I'm documenting this all here in real time, in real life. And oh, my wife posted a post from Instagram or wherever that come from. It's 8:33 a.m. Oh, this is from another post on Instagram. Okay, well, that has nothing to do with me. I don't really care about other posts, shorts, reels, or whatever. I care about posting my own content and trying to pursue my own success and prosperity. So again, I prefer having those details written in the group chat because written information allows everyone to review the same numbers, compare the hotels, and vote without confusion. A written record is especially useful when several people have different work schedules. I am committed to helping secure this trip, but I am also balancing work obligations, household responsibilities, and financial obligations. Responsible trip planning means making sure the complete cost is understood before anyone approves a large or non-refundable charge. Now, while we are talking about travel and planning, let us move from Honolulu into upcoming conventions and public events. Transitioning to the next subject segment, upcoming conventions and events. Just like my previous live stream that I live streamed in the middle of the night, late at night, into 2 a.m. And of course, having to play various 24/7 news, Fox News, YouTube, and Rumble. Yeah, I was seen in the early morning, taking my wife to work. Didn't say anything, just going ASMR, just non-commentary. But I was there and all that. It's all documented. It is what it is. It's going to be shared publicly for what it is. No edits or anything. So, getting back on point, on topic, upcoming conventions and events. Anime Matsuri is scheduled for July 23rd through July 26th, 2026 in Houston, Texas. Again, Anime Matsuri is scheduled for July 23rd through July 26th, 2026 in Houston. Classic Game Fest is scheduled for July 24th through July 26th at the Palmer Event Center in Austin, Texas. Bell County Comic Con is scheduled for August 1 and 2 in the early August, in the first 2 days of August, the first months. August 1st and 2nd, Bell County Comic Con is scheduled for those dates. The Free Round Rock Summer Arts Fest is scheduled for August 7th through August 9th in downtown Round Rock, Texas. The major event I am especially watching is Colossalcon, Texas, that some of my friends, surrounding friends, and my wife will be attending. So again, the major event I am especially watching is Colossalcon, Texas, scheduled for August 21st through August 23rd, 2026 at the Kalahari Resort and Convention Center in Round Rock, Texas. The current ticket listing shows the event beginning at 11 a.m., 11 o'clock Friday morning and ending at 5 p.m. Sunday afternoon. Typical 3-day weekend. Colossalcon, Texas combines anime, cosplay, gaming, panels, vendors, social activities, and water park-oriented convention culture. Because it is held at a large resort and indoor water park, attendees need to understand that a convention badge does not erase hotel rules, water park rules, clothing requirements, age restrictions, consent expectations, cosplay is not consent, or safety policies. People should review the official schedule before attending because guests, panels, operating hours, activities, and policies can change. As they say, all those can change without warning or without prior notice, as they say. There is a fine print that says that. And I'm making it as a headline, big and bold. So people should review the official schedule before attending because guests, panels, operating hours, activities, and policies can change without prior notice or without warning. Attendees should also establish a transportation plan, keep track of their group, protect their badge and belongings, keeping their phones charged, knowing their entrance and exits, knowing their way around the interior of the building, where especially where the convention is being held at. Strong communications, and decide on a meeting location in case anyone becomes separated and lost. Always ask permission before photographing or touching a cosplayer. Cosplay is not consent, remember that. A costume is not consent. Respect personal space, boundaries, hotel employees, convention volunteers, security personnel, and other attendees. If someone you only know from the internet asks to meet, choose a populated public location inside the convention or hotel. Maintain control of your own transportation, money, telephone, identification, and room access. Do not allow social pressure to push you into an isolated room or unfamiliar vehicle. Remember not to go with strangers that you just barely met. Don't trust strangers. I mean, just about what Stone Cold Steve Austin said, DTA, don't trust anybody, and delivers a Stone Cold Stunner. So again, if someone you only know from the internet asks to meet, choose a populated public location inside a convention or hotel. Maintain control of your own transportation, money, telephone, identification, and room access. Do not allow social pressure to push you into an isolated room or unfamiliar vehicle. From convention planning, I want to transition into the ongoing questions involving fandom events and Windbloom. A smooth transition to the next hot subject and topic regarding the updates of fandom events, Lion and Crown, LLC, and Windbloom Festival for 2026, the future and the fate of Windbloom Festival for this year. First, let me drink my tea. Drinking tea. Oh. Okay, just needed to catch my breath. So once again, I'll reiterate once more. If someone you only know from the internet asks to meet, especially meeting in person, choose a populated public location inside the convention or hotel. Maintain control of your own transportation, money, telephone, identification, and room access. Do not allow social pressure to push you into an isolated room or unfamiliar vehicle. Remember that safety is top priority, putting your health and safety first. Remember that our family members, immediate family members on either side, in law family members, close friends, trusted colleagues, there are witnesses that will ask questions and ask me, wondering how my wife is doing, where is my wife, what she's doing, what she's up to. I know several friends, longtime friends, whether senior friends, surrounding relatives, or in-law relatives will be asking me regarding my spouse, my wife, how's my wife doing, and all that. I've been getting those questions asked, and sometimes it's a lot. It's a brain fart, a brain bogging fart that gives me a headache. Having to answer repeated questions asked by different people, including doctors and dentists. Especially the question is, have you had kids yet? Are you planning to have kids? They have asked me that. Doctors, dentists. Uh, I don't know how I feel about that. That's up to my wife. I mean, we're not trying to rush on having kids. I mean, we are young, but we will not be young forever. We will eventually going to be disabled, in the wheelchair, having serious mental concerns, Alzheimer disease, dementia, Parkinson disease. You know, I have seen that affecting elderly people, with all due respect, and I feel sorry for those that have suffered those critical diseases at a senior age or retirement age. But I've been asked about that. I've been asked about how my wife is doing, especially coming from my immediate family members. What's my wife is doing, what she up to, where she's at, if she's at work, are we gonna have kids? I've been asked that. I mean, I'm gonna document that. I'll be live streaming more often, doing more IRL live stream to capture any audio documented on live streams that have clarified and validate that I have been asked that. But at least here on YouTube and Rumble, here on this live stream, it is now documented at 8:48 a.m. early in the morning. Sun is rising. It is sunny outside. The weather is sunny. But yeah, just remember not to go with strangers and do not be isolated. Stick with close friends and communicate. But just remember, in general, do not trust anybody. Anyone in general cannot be trusted, no matter how close your friends are. There are corruptions, there are backstabbers. People can betray you. It's sad. Like what happened to Selena Gomez, not Selena Gomez, Selena Quintanilla with Yolanda Salvador, who is still in prison from the incident with the famous Tejano singer Selena Quintanilla and her friend Yolanda Salvador. That's a good example. From convention planning, I want to transition into the ongoing questions involving fandom events and Windbloom. Fandom events, Lion and Crown, and Windbloom. According to the current statement on its official website, Fandom Events on fandomevents.com LLC has ceased operations and says it will not produce future events. The statement says that on January 26, 2026, certain event names, branding, and related digital assets were sold or assigned to Lion and Crown LLC. The same notice says Lion and Crown did not purchase the former company's operations, contracts, debts, refund obligations, or other liabilities. At the same time, a publicly accessible ticket page, pretty much Tickstar.com, continues to advertise Windbloom 2026 for August 21st through August 23rd at the Mesquite Convention Center, at the same time where the Hampton Inn Hotel is also held there at the same time near the rodeo circus area. Somewhere out in the open, in the barn, in the ranch. Again, that falls on the same date as Colossalcon, Texas. That listing currently displays fandom events as the contact and states that ordinary ticket purchases are final. As the saying goes, all sales are final, no refund. Although refunds would be issued if the event were canceled without a replacement date. That apparent mismatch does not by itself prove fraud or criminal conduct. It does create reasonable consumer questions. Who is presently producing the event? Who controls the ticketing account? Who has the venue independently confirmed the reservation? Which business is contractually responsible for guests? Vendors, refunds, and event delivery. Which business is contractually responsible for guests, vendors, refunds, and event delivery? Are previously issued agreements still valid? Who should consumers contact if there is a dispute? Those questions should be answered through current contracts, written statements, venue confirmation, business records, ticketing records, and direct communication. Reddit posts, social media comments, and personal testimony may help identify concerns, but they should be described as allegations or individual experiences like reviews and such, unless independently verified by court proceedings, official records from courts, law enforcement, public statements, city authorities, not just individual experiences, bad reviews from post attendees and such. A large number of online comments can justify further investigation, but repetition alone does not turn a rumor into a confirmed fact. Anyone considering a ticket or vendor payment should verify the current organizer, independently contact the venue, read the refund policy, save all receipts and messages, and use a payment method that provides dispute protection. From convention and event management, I now want to transition into a broader subject: the safety and responsible use of parks, pools, community amenities, and public recreation areas. Now, moving on to the safety and responsible usage of parks, pools, community amenities, gyms, and public recreation areas like the YMCA. Parks and public amenity safety. Public and private community amenities are shared spaces. It's open to the public, to the general public of the community of surrounding neighborhoods, and for its residents that live on the property or near the property of the public parks. They work only when visitors exercise reasonable judgment and respect the rules. At parks, supervise children according to their age and needs. Keep pets under control and clean up after them. Do not damage playground equipment, landscaping, restrooms, fences, gates, signs, or recreational facilities. So, once again, at parks, supervise children according to their age and needs, keep pets under control and leashed, and clean up after them. Do not damage playground equipment, landscaping, restrooms, fences, gates, signs, or recreational facilities. Do not enter an area that has been closed for weather. So again, do not enter an area that has been closed for weather, repairs, or maintenance, cleaning, maintenance, or another safety reason. Do not remove closure signs, force doors, climb fences, bypass barriers, or pressure employees to ignore access rules. Visitors should remain aware of nearby people without treating every stranger as a threat, or with all respect. Visitors should remain aware of nearby people without treating every stranger as a threat. With all respect. I don't know why that's mentioned, but just throwing it out there. Yeah, also, or a better way is just remain aware of nearby people, nearby residents, and other general community using the park without treating every stranger as a personal attack. How about that? Be courteous, be considerate, but maintain reasonable personal boundaries. Do not share unnecessary private information with people you have just met, and do not allow children to leave a recreation area with an unfamiliar adult. So, again, back to the stranger thing. Be careful when talking to strangers. Do not share unnecessary private information with people you have just met, and do not allow children to leave a recreation area with an unfamiliar adult. There has been a lot of kidnappings, Amber Alerts. It's sad. There has been some previous Amber Alerts going on in the past, and it's sad that if the missing children didn't make it home It's sad as it is. Yep, I'm tired. Almost 9 a.m. It is 8:56 a.m. Oh boy. Oh. 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 There you go. Yeah, I'm using ChatGPT. So again, just to be transparent, I'm using ChatGPT. It shows on the Rumble. But yeah. Oh. Yeah, just promoting my TikTok. But yeah, I do have a TikTok, so yeah. I just noticed that I was on ChatGPT and it shows on my Rumble live stream. Giggity. Am I still? Oh my gosh. There you go. I'll be right back, viewers. I'm gonna take 5, take a break, use the restroom, and did my wife did my wife say something or any surrounding friends on the messenger again? Oh, my wife just shared an Instagram link, Instagram reel. Be right back, viewers. Okay, I'm back. So far, no current viewers. I don't know why I'm not getting a lot of viewers or or so. Like, what the hell is going on here? Let's see if I can just share this. Share it, try to get some transparency here. Oh. All right, there you go. Well, at least that's what I can do. All right, trying to get back on point here. Oh, we got one viewer. Hello. Thank you for viewing. Thank you for the audience. Anyway, General Sunbeam here reporting. Oh, now I got 0 viewers, 0 audience currently watching. Shame. All right. Anyway, as I was saying, regarding parks, at parks, supervise children according to their age and needs. Keep pets under control and clean up after them. Do not damage playground equipment, landscaping, restrooms, fences, gates, signs, or recreational facilities. And I mean, I'm sure they're going to do it anyway by accident. Accidental damages. Well, I will say this. That's why we can have nice things. If things are damaged, if playground are damaged, if certain fixtures or structural damage occurs, if it's intentional, you will pay for the damage. You know, saying goes, you break it, you buy it. But otherwise, we will not have nice things because you ruin it for everyone. Do not enter an area that has been closed for weather, repairs, cleaning, maintenance, or another safety reason. Do not remove closure signs, force doors, climb fences, bypass barriers, or pressure employees to ignore access rules. Visitors should remain aware of nearby people without treating every stranger as a threat, or to edit that, as a personal attack. Be courteous, considerate, but maintain reasonable personal boundaries. Do not share unnecessary private information with people you have just met. And do not allow children to leave a recreational area with an unfamiliar adult. Keep walkways and entrances clear. Place trash in appropriate containers. Report broken equipment, sharp objects, damaged fences, standing water, exposed wiring, aggressive behavior, or other legitimate hazards. The basic principle is simple. See something, say something. When practical, document the issue. Oh boy. Just got a text from Lunch Drop. $6 today on the road. Oh. Come on, I deserve more than that. I got gas to put into the car. But yeah, I got a text from Lunch Drop paying $6 surge bonus for today's route. Anyway, back to what I was saying, keep walkways and entrance clear, place trash in appropriate containers, report broken equipment, sharp objects, damaged fences, standing water, exposed wiring, aggressive behavior, or other legitimate hazards. The basic principle is simple. See something, say something. When practical, document the issue accurately. Record the time and location and report it to the responsible staff or management office. Now, I want to bring this discussion directly into Boulder Ridge and the Pflugerville community. Boulder Ridge community update. Here, regarding Boulder Ridge. Boulder Ridge is a Sun Communities manufactured home community in Pflugerville, Texas. Some communities publicly list amenities that include an outdoor swimming pool, splash pad features, fitness centers, gyms, community center, playground, basketball court, dog park, pavilion, sun deck, and planned community activities. The official community page currently lists office hours as Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. and Saturday from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. So again, the official community page currently lists office hours as Monday through Friday from 8 a.m. until 6 p.m. and on Saturday from 10 a.m. until 4 p.m. according to Sun Communities Boulder Ridge. That is their office hours. For those that don't know or not aware, well, now you do know. According to the pool hours sign or signage currently posted at the community and visible to residents and passerbys, the pool hours are Tuesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. Monday is listed as closed. Once again, according to the pool hours sign currently posted at the community and visible to residents, the pool hours are Tuesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. Monday is listed as closed. There has been some conflicting information concerning Sunday. Some people have apparently heard or seen references to a Sunday opening time of noon, 12 p.m., while the publicly posted sign or signage states 10 a.m. Once again, there has been some conflicting information concerning Sunday. Some people have apparently heard or seen references to a Sunday opening time of noon, while the publicly posted sign states 10 a.m. But I'm just going based on what everyone can see. Tuesday through Sunday, there is a posted signage, and it has been posted on reviews that it is open Tuesday through Sunday, 10 a.m. through 8 p.m. I know I have said this, I have communicated this numerous of times and posted shorts, small reels, or clips across social media just to be very open and transparent, reaching out and communicating with the Boulder Ridge neighborhood, the community, the residents, especially those that don't live here. Remember that it is for the residents. The park is open and used by the residents that have to pay rent. It's not fair for the Boulder Ridge community neighborhood to just, stand there and they pay $900 lot rent altogether with house rent, or almost $2,000 rent, and a whole bunch of outsiders that don't even live on the property of Boulder Ridge, coming from other cities of Pflugerville, coming in, doing a takeover, park takeover. I don't think it has happened yet, but it can be a possibility. I seen this on the news that all these teens and youths are doing all these public takeovers in cities. But it can be a possibility. All right. Oh man, I'm so tired. I'm not a morning person. That's kind of my fault that I went to bed late, stay up to 2 a.m. I'm getting very little sleep. Ugh. According to the pool hours sign currently posted and visibly displayed at the community and visible to residents and any passerby, the pool hours of operation are Tuesday through Sunday from 10 a.m. until 8 p.m. Monday is listed as closed. There has been some conflicting information concerning Sunday. Some people have apparently heard or seen references to a Sunday opening time of noon, while the publicly posted sign states 10 a.m. When written information conflicts, management should issue a dated clarification. Like a management should issue a well-written, dated clarification through text messages, email for those that subscribe, but text messages, email, office notices, the mailbox area notice board, and updated signs or signages at every affected entrance around the park, especially the pool. Old or inaccurate signs should be removed and replaced rather than left in place beside a newer policy that really don't make much sense, because I don't want to spur any confusions among the residents or the community neighborhoods of Boulder Ridge and the city of Pflugerville, and for any new renters and homeowners. Residents should follow the most current official notice available and contact the office when the information is unclear. Employees should not be expected to resolve a conflict created by multiple outdated notices without management providing an authoritative answer. Oh, okay, maybe I should just cancel the lunch drop schedule because I'm tired and I don't want to be driving and passing out. And I need to update my car insurance. Oh my gosh. Got to update my car insurance. That's the big con of driving. Sorry, I'm unavailable. Unavailable for today's Monday. Sorry, lunch drop. I'm a busy person. Tired. There you go. Just responding back on the group chat. Already 1 hour and 20 minutes, 17 seconds into this live stream on either Rumble, YouTube. Once again, thank you for the views. Thank you for viewing and watching and hearing me out. Thank you for tuning in. Appreciate the comments, shares, reposts, spreading the word. Thank you for subscribing and following. So again, back to Boulder Ridge, back to the community of Boulder Ridge, Pflugerville, in the city of Pflugerville. So that's what's going on. There hasn't been any clear updates. There has been some reviews that states that the pool are open on Sunday precisely at 12 p.m. and that's what I was told, also by the management. But there has been no updated on the pool signage on the pool hours of operation, well displayed transparently for all the residents to see. So I still get some frequently asked questions about what time the pool opens and what time the pool closes. I don't want to be antisocial, but of course I answer and communicate it to every residence, to every neighborhood as I can. So I'm just trying to give this a clear communication here. When written information conflicts, management should issue a well updated, dated written clarification through text messages, email, office notice, the mailbox area notice board, and updated signs or signages at every affected entrance. Old or inaccurate signs should be removed, replaced, rather than left in place besides a newer policy. Residents should follow the most current official notice available and contact the office when the information is unclear. Employees should not be expected to resolve a conflict created by multiple outdated notices without management providing an authoritative answer. I mean, I want it written, I want it updated, I want to see pool signages updated, clearly saying Sunday that the pool opens at 12 p.m. It should be publicly displayed on pool entrances, on both gates, along with any other signages like no food and drinks, security cameras are in use, trespassers would be prosecuted, pools, hour operation, make sure it's visible. I mean, I'm sure some residents or neighbors may agree, but I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just expressing this out there. At one point does appear consistent. The posted closing time is 8 p.m. Of course, it doesn't really change. Closing time 8 p.m. for the pool. For the pools, hours of operation on either end. The closing time should not be treated as a time to begin gathering belongings. Once again, the closing time should not be treated as a time to begin gathering belongings. Residents should prepare to leave early enough for the pool area to be cleared and secured at closing. Thank you for being courteous and considerate. Now, moving on to the next subject, part of the Boulder Ridge community, and for some, access to certain parks and other businesses that use this app, Alta Open Amenity Access, or Alta Open App and Alta Open Amenity Access with the app. Residents using controlled community entrances may need the Avliglon Alta Open app, which was formerly known as OpenPath. Yes, which was formerly known as OpenPath. The official Google Play listing describes it as a mobile access application used to unlock authorized doors connected to the Alta Access control system. At Boulder Ridge, or some location that uses this Alta Open access, Boulder Ridge residents have been instructed to download the Alta Open app, create their account, and communicate with the management office so their residency and amenity access can be authorized. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling sleepy. It's 9:21 a.m. Feeling sleepy, feeling drowsy. So at Boulder Ridge, residents have been instructed to download the Alta Open app, create their account, and communicate with the management office so their residency and amenity access can be authorized and listed into the database, into the system. I mean, again, the park amenities are for Boulder Ridge residents that live here on property that pay rent. Remember that, just to be fair, courteous, and considerate of all those that have to pay rent or so. Simply downloading the app does not necessarily create access. Management must connect the resident's account to the appropriate community system and permissions. Residents should not share their account, mobile credentials, or access privileges with unauthorized people. Like, again, anyone that doesn't live on Boulder Ridge or live within the community neighborhood. It is for authorized residents that live here on property. So, or access privileges with unauthorized people. Do not prop gates open or allow unknown people to follow through a secured entrance without authorization. That's trespassing and that could be problematic. I have been using Facebook or various social media related public posts, reviews, and direct communication to help inform residents within my own control or what I can do about the app, pool hours of operation, and amenity procedures. I am doing what I reasonably can to help residents remain informed to the best of my abilities. And of course, you can see I am very tired and drowsy. My chest is kind of hurting, but I'm doing okay. My back is aching. I could use a back massage, a manicure, pedicure, haircut, and a facial care for my acne. Anyway, back on point. But yes, I have been using Facebook, public posts, reviews, and direct communication to help inform residents about the app, pool hours, and amenity procedures. I am doing what I reasonably can to help residents remain informed, as well as provide as well as generally reminding safety is top priority. Putting your health and safety first. At the same time, I am one person. I am just me. I am not the entire communications, or I am not the entire communications department, and I cannot guarantee that every resident sees every post. And whether they read this whole ordeal, read this whole too long, don't read kind of thing, whether they read every post or really grasp the understanding, I do try to communicate at least, and that's what I'm doing right now. Many people in the community prefer receiving information in Spanish. Once again, many people in the community prefer receiving information in Spanish. Oh my God, I'm getting so sleepy. I myself am not fluent in Spanish, with all due respect. Lo siento, no estoy habla español, no fluidez español. Estoy mucho habla inglés. I mean, I already get that Boulder Ridge is predominantly fluent in Spanish or Spanish speakers, and residents are Spanish speakers, with all due respect. Most majority of the populace here in the community neighborhood. But again, I am not fluent in Spanish, but I am making an effort to learn and to provide basic translated information when appropriate to the best of my abilities and to do my best to communicate in Spanish. But my Spanish is not good, and I'm not good with almost every language, given my mental disability status and under a lot of stress in general, and how tired I am. Oh my gosh. Staying up morning. Oh, man. You can clearly see as a solid proof that I am not a morning person. I am definitely not a morning person. I definitely need my cup of coffee, some caffeine. I'm drinking tea, but I don't think that's strong enough to keep me awake to get through this early morning dreadful drowsiness. But yeah, feeling a bit crabby, groggly, and irritated, just to be honest. But once again, at the same time, I am one person. I am not the entire communications department, and I cannot guarantee that every resident sees every post or read every post. I do my best to communicate with every resident, every neighborhood if I can, but I am just one person. Many people in the community prefer receiving information in Spanish, and I myself am not fluent in Spanish. Estoy no mucho fluides habla en español. Lo siento. But I am making an effort to learn and to provide basic translated information when appropriate. Important community notices should be issued professionally in both English and Spanish. Any updates or any heads up notice for any upcoming projects should be issued professionally in both English and Spanish, so residents are not dependent on informational social media translations. helping helping the community means doing what is best for residents and what is best for responsible business operations. Clear bilingual communication reduces misunderstandings, improves rule compliance, and allows employees to focus on maintaining the property instead of repeatedly explaining preventable confusion. Moving on to the next subject, detailed pool rules and expectations. Pool rules are not decorations. Just throwing it out there. Pool rules are not decorations. They exist because water, wet concrete, glass, overcrowding, severe weather, and unsafe behavior can cause serious injuries. Residents and guests should follow these basic expectations. Do not bring alcohol or glass containers inside the pool enclosure. So basic rules. Residents and guests should follow these basic expectations. Do not bring alcohol or glass containers inside a pool enclosure. Do not run, push, wrestle, or engage in dangerous horseplay on the pool deck or especially in the waters. Do not dive into shallow waters. Yeah, shallow water or any area where diving is prohibited. All right, well, this is probably going to be grounds for part 3. I already made it this far, but I'm feeling very sleepy and I'm yawning. And later on, I'm going to be out on the road driving. Yeah, today we got plans for today, Monday. I'll be picking up my wife at 2:30 p.m. from work, picking her up at work at 2:30 p.m., and then hanging out with friend, old school, senior Joe the bowling, going to go to the mall, going to go out into ATS, going to like malls and shopping centers. Yeah, I'm going to be driving and I am feeling very sleepy. I need to rest up. So I'm going to go ahead and end this live stream. Or again, I might just put on some random news. Just keep the live stream going. I mean, I want to make sure that is documenting whatever's going on here on the web camera, almost in a 24/7 sense.
Deep sea or vast starry universe in just 1 second.
Attorney Rob Frazier, so I have to mention his name because I can go home now. Otherwise, it could be a problem. The gangs and other criminal networks pose a unique and significant public safety hazard. You never know. A homicide in Newark at a barbershop can be part of this multi-agency effort, and a gang of individuals who have wreaked havoc on our community, not just our community, but the entire community, this multi-state community. While statistics show that crime is unquestionably down, Essex County, for instance, has had a record number of low homicides in the last 8 years. And this year, knock on wood, we're threatening to move in that direction. In fact, for the first time in recent memory, Essex County is not number one. I'm having T-shirts made up that say, we're number 2. I don't think that's ever been said for quite a long period of time. But the efforts today really go toward doing what we want to do. We want to make the public feel safe. Not sure that those numbers translate to the community quite as effectively as we want them to. So again, today's effort and today's unsealing of this indictment and the prosecution, I'm sure eventual conviction of these dangerous individuals will go toward very far in that effort. So not to be redundant, I just want to thank everyone for being here today to celebrate these successes and to recommit yourselves to do the type of work that needs to be done to make our communities as safe as possible, because Lord knows they want us to make sure that we lead in that effort as well. Thank you so much.
All right, wanted to bring you that news conference there as we're watching several different officials talk about those indictments in connection with murders and other violent crimes there. Again, we're hearing from several different agencies from several different counties. We heard from the FBI as well as the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York. Right now, we continue to cover this breaking news coming in out of New York City. And there on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a live look at one of the cameras in the location where this incendiary device was set off, according to investigators. Now, it's maybe a block or two away, so it looks like you can see the police officers on that New York Department of Transportation camera as they have the area blocked off. And there's also a heavy police presence in that location. Let me pull it up full to give you a better look, as information is extremely limited. But we have this post from Bill Malusian, our buddy over at Fox News, where he says the FBI released a statement to him and to Fox News saying, quote, "This morning, an individual deployed an incendiary device outside of 26 Federal Plaza. The individual has been taken into custody, and the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating the incident," end quote. The New York City Police Department telling Malusian and Fox that there was a, quote, "found firearm" in relation to the event, but couldn't confirm if it was actually found on the suspect. Now, as you can see from the image that we have here coming in from the Department of Transportation camera, it looks like it's updating, I would say, every 30 seconds to a minute, showing that there is still a very active scene and what looks to be the area taped off following this incendiary device that was set off. Now, there are reports of what appeared to be an explosion outside of the federal building in that location. But again, investigators have not released a lot of information just yet. This is all, of course, developing here at this hour. And it does appear that in that location, at the address provided by the actual NYPD and the FBI, that it was over in the area of what's essentially the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement building. Not quite sure how this is all connected just yet. But again, this is an active investigation. So as we get additional information coming into the newsroom, we will make sure to bring it into you. Now, I'm not quite sure if this is from the same location, but I want to pop this up on our screen, as it looks like we do have an aerial view that's coming in from one of our affiliates here. This could potentially be connected to the situation. So what we're going to do is head to a quick 2-minute commercial break. But on the other side, we'll bring you much more as we are receiving reports of an incendiary device set off outside of the New York City Federal Building there that houses the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. We'll be right back.
Summer brings the heat. Specs brings the chill. Dive into Texas' largest selection of cool and soak up the savings. Now that's how you summer. Specs, the fun starts here.
My blue gold kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me.
My husband has been initiating in the bedroom again, and it is all thanks
to Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold. We weren't sure if gold was actually worth the upgrade.
After the night we just had, he is not going back to the generic stuff.
It's a game changer because it gives you passion and performance all in one tablet.
There's no performance anxiety. It's just connection.
Blue Chew Gold focuses on arousal, so you get the strongest physical response with the mental drive to back it up.
Blue Chew mixes sildenafil and tadalafil to take care of the physical side with apomorphine and oxytocin to target the brain. So it's a powerful 4-in-1 combo for harder, longer lasting erections. So we're talking 3 times stronger, 5 times faster, and lasts up to 36 hours.
Watching him take Blue Chew Gold is refreshingly simple. 1 tablet under the tongue, no stress, no overthinking.
Once you feel it, you notice the difference. Connection is key, guys.
All in one. It's not just about the physical, but it's getting him actually in the mood.
Bridging the gap between your mind and your body, so you can just relax, stay in the moment, and go the distance.
Confidence isn't something you outgrow. With Blue Chew Gold, it's something you upgrade. The process has never been easier to get it. It's all done 100% online and shipped discreetly to your door.
If there's one thing that I'd recommend to married couples, it's this. Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold.
Blue Chew Gold. Blue Chew Gold.
Connection is key, you guys. Experience it for yourself with Blue Chew Gold.
So why wait? Buy 2 months, get 1 free at bluechew.com.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 10:37 on the East Coast and 7:37 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we can now see that we have an aerial view on the top right of your screen from this explosion of a, quote, incendiary device set off outside of a federal building there in New York City that houses the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. Not sure on a lot of the details just yet, but you can also see on the bottom right-hand side of your screen, that is a traffic camera that's just a short distance away, as essentially this area is all taped off by officers, and there are a lot of police cruisers in that area. Going to pop this up full to give you a look at the scene itself. Again, they are zoomed in, this aerial look from Fox 5 New York, again, flying overhead with Sky Fox as many of the officers are gathered together. Now, essentially, what we know at this point is coming in from Fox News and Bill Malugin, as he says, quote, this morning, an individual deployed an incendiary device outside of 26 Federal Plaza. The individual has been taken into custody, and the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating the incident, end quote. That is essentially at this point the statement that Bill is getting from officials with the FBI. Take a look at his post right here. The NYPD also telling him that there was a, quote, found firearm in relation to the event, but they could not confirm if it was found on the suspect. So as I mentioned, an incendiary device that was deployed outside of 26 Federal Plaza, but not a lot of information about who has been taken into custody. We don't know anything, age, gender, any of that. All we're hearing is, quote unquote, an individual. Now, it's also not clear if we're talking a big explosion, if we're talking more like fireworks. That's all kind of up in the air at this point. What we're going to do is continue to follow this with the help of Fox News, as well as Fox 5 New York flying overhead at the federal building. We also looked up the address there where police responded to. That is 26 Federal Plaza. And it houses the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Building. Not quite clear just yet if this was a targeted attack on ICE or if that just happens to be where it was set off. Again, all of this is under investigation. We're going to make sure to bring you any updates we get as we get them in real time. It looks like they are set up, maybe zooming in on the scene there where the explosion or deployment, I should say, of the incendiary device took place. We're also not clear if there are any injuries or anything of that nature. Again, we will follow all of these developments and bring you much more here on Live Now from Fox as we take a live look from a distance. This traffic camera showing the heavy police presence in that area and the taped off building, the federal building there, after that device was deployed. Again, we will keep you updated with the help of Fox News and our Fox 5 New York team. Right now, what I want to do is head out to some of the live events that we have going on. We are now actually hearing from a mic'd up Governor Wes Moore of Maryland after that tour of the Key Bridge damage. We're going to lift up the audio here and listen in live.
We're continuing to have a focus where we said we want it to be fast, we want it to be safe, and we want it to be cost effective. The reason that we made the decision to be able to break this up into different phases, both because we believe it's going to help with the speed and it's going to make sure that this can be a cost effective project. The state of Maryland is putting significant skin in the game into this. Hundreds of millions of dollars that have come in, the insurance capital, and also the work around the legal work has then come back into the larger funds. But we take the fact that the federal government put this faith and confidence in us. We take that very seriously, and we are going to make sure we're being cost effective in the way that we're rebuilding this bridge.
Was it 4 point? Well, yeah, I did hear you say yes. That's right. I just wanted to make sure I had that.
Yeah, so we're that is the range as we're going back for this for this next phase. That's when we'll continue to watch and monitor. But part of the reason that we made the decision to be able to offboard, and while Kiewit is still working right now as we speak, and they will be working throughout the duration of the year, completing phase one. The reason we decided to break up the phases is because we want to hold tight on watching that we can do this cost effectively and watching the ballooning of costs for the rebuild of the bridge.
Governor Hayes Gardner from Baltimore Banner, is part of the motivation to show members of Congress the progress to assure that the 100% federal cost share is maintained?
Well, it's also because they've been with us every step of the way. When I think about whether it's Senator Capito or whether it's Congressman Womack, they're not new to this. They were here walking with us throughout after the initial tragedy. They were out here actively working with us and working Congress and saying we need to make sure that there's a bipartisan response to something that is a national emergency, that we have to get this Key Bridge rebuilt. We have to get the Port of Baltimore reopened. And they've been partners with us every step of the way. And so, this is not an introduction to either one of these two on this issue. But what it really is, it's just really important to us to make sure that we're keeping everyone close and having consistent reminders about the remarkable speed and work that's happening right now with Key Bridge.
Senator Capito, do you have any thoughts on whether this will be 100% federal cost share going forward?
Well, obviously that was a bone of contention when Senator Cardin, when he was getting ready to say his farewells from the Senate, and he made a great play. And when you think there's 89,000 people that are going across that bridge every day, but the governor and the folks in Maryland have, I think, worked with us to be extremely transparent. So when we saw the cost, the original cost, that when we knew there was going to be a cost share, then when we went to the 100% federal cost share, 3 times more. I mean, that's eye-popping. But what did we do? We started asking the questions. Why? Well, the original designs were not exactly what, in terms of safety and prevention and future. So we have to have a transparent process. That's why I'm here today. I want to see why these costs have ballooned. What are the performance measures that are built in to make sure that the American taxpayers, because now the whole country's paying for this bridge. And we just want to make sure that we have the transparency, and they've been very good about assuring us of that. But I think it's important that we're vigilant on this, both on an authorizing side, and then Congressman Womack is over on the appropriations side. So that's my perspective of why I'm here.
Oversight-wise, what are you going to continue to do when it comes to this project? Anything in particular?
Well, I mean, I think it's going to be lessons learned. I mean, we have aging infrastructure everywhere. As you all know, permitting reform is one of the crucial items. They've already passed a lot of permitting reform in the House. We can get that through the Senate. That's going to help this project, but every other project that every governor's considering, and anywhere. So, all of this sort of is additive to me to learn the best way to get projects done safely, quickly, and efficiently, and then build in safeguards and lessons learned that you learned here. Like, maybe don't put an estimate out until you're really sure what the estimate might be. Just saying.
Alex Thomas with the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. If I live in Rogers, Arkansas, or if I live in South Oaks in Charleston, why should I care about Representative Womack or Senator Capito being here? If I'm a constituent, what's in it for me?
So if you're from Arkansas and you just took the tour I took, you would notice that there's a lot of piles driven down into that river bottom. That steel came from AFCO Steel in Arkansas. So there is an Arkansas connection to the process that we're looking at here today. But I will say this in response to some of the other questions. I often say to people, success happens when people get on the rope and pull in the same direction, never mindful of who's going to get the credit when we succeed or the blame should we fail. We're all focused blindly on results. So to Governor Moore and his team, to all of the Marylanders involved, and to the people, the stakeholders out of Congress, and many others, this is one of those cases. This is not a shirts and skins issue. It's not a blue-red issue. This is a national issue. And the sooner we can get this thing built, and their track record is pretty good right now, when you consider the speed at which a lot of these things are happening, this is going to be open in record time. And everybody will benefit, particularly the nation.
Thank you.
Here.
Well said.
All right, there you have it. That was Maryland Governor Wes Moore, as well as other folks that were out there touring the Key Bridge reconstruction. Wanted to bring you those remarks. Again, the audio's still not the best, but a little better than it was earlier on the boat. Again, wanted to bring you those remarks as he talks about the Key Bridge reconstruction. Going to head to a quick break here, 1046 on the East Coast. Thank you so much for being with us. My name is Josh Breslow, and it is Monday, July 20th. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back.
Brings the heat. Specs brings the chill. Dive into Texas' largest selection of cool and soak up the savings. Now that's how you summer. Specs, the fun starts here.
Life comes at you fast. It's loud, unplanned, and messy. Like when rush hour starts at home, or when the family grows in size and responsibilities. When you finally have a place that's all your own. A full life beats a perfect one. And we wouldn't have it any other way. Family Dollar. We're here for it.
They don't call this best 4-in-1 for nothing. But man, once you're ready for solid results, head over to BlueChew.com and get the quarterly plan. Oh yeah, you get 1 month free.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox, and we love a good launch here on Live Now. So we do have the SpaceX Falcon 9 launch taking place, as you can see there on the bottom of your screen, in just about 23 seconds. So what we're going to do is pop that up to give you a live look as it takes off here, blasts off in just about 15 seconds. All right. Well, not the best news because it looks like they're maybe postponing. They went back to 15, I believe, because as you noticed, as they counted down to 0, you did not see anything happen, just a cloud of smoke that kind of blocked it from view. But as you can see, the craft right there is still sitting on the launch pad. Not quite sure. Oh, it actually looks like it's reloading, and that's why it's showing 15. So not quite sure exactly what's going on there, but wanted to pop it up to give you a live look as it looked like it was going to be a launch, but that launch does not appear to have happened. Right now, I do want to take you out to another live event as we have been talking a lot about the Canadian wildfires causing poor air quality in cities across the U.S., especially over in the north. We are now getting an update from officials over there in Canada about the fires. Let's lift up the audio and listen in.
Presidents of the association have ever criticized us. They said the total opposite. There's no other government in the history of Ontario that has supported firefighters like our government has. And I encourage you to call every chief in the province, call the president of the Firefighters Association, and ask them how much we've supported our firefighters. He said it's unprecedented, but we're going to continue cross-training our firefighters so we can deploy firefighters from Toronto and the GTA and out in Ottawa and train them so they'll be able to be deployed. And I'd like to thank Matt Pegg, former Toronto fire chief, now the deputy minister. So, Matt, I don't want to bring you into this, but do you have any comments? You're good? You want to say a few words? Yeah,
sure.
Okay.
Thanks, Premier. Hi, everyone. I'll just say this. There is an extraordinary amount of collaboration that happens on a minute-to-minute and day-to-day basis across the Ontario Public Service. And obviously, my entry into the OPS is relatively new, but I'm here today with one of my colleagues, Deputy Minister Vanderdoom. There is not a day that goes by where our two ministries and the entire network across the Ontario Public Service is working together in a proactive, collaborative manner. And as you heard the Premier said, there is a lot of very proactive thinking in place. There is a lot of work being done about what is going well today, but also what are the opportunities we have to expand that in the future. And those are conversations that are very active at the staff and officials level, obviously with our elected leaders who provide us a direction. So I'm very encouraged. What happens, you've heard the minister speak and the premier speak, what is happening in the Provincial Emergency Operations Center, what is happening in every firefighting base across MNR is inspiring, frankly, and it's a privilege and an honor to serve here now and to watch all of that and to be a part of the response to what is truly a demanding and challenging event. Thank you, sir.
How many years did you serve as on the fire department in Toronto?
Just over 32 years of service in the fire service, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Just on the topic of staff, so we talk about sort of 155, 156 crews. Just to put that into context, that's well over 700 people. So there's usually about 4 to 5 people on a crew. So it seems like a bit of a small number, but we're talking about almost 1,000 fire rangers. These are the folks who actually get out there and are on the front lines, running hose through the bush, fighting those fires, setting up sprinklers around what we call values to protect them. So it's a pretty substantial number when you actually look at it. And we've also added over 100 people over the last year as well. So we're doing a lot. We've looked at our compensation model as well, which we've changed a little bit over the last year, and we've actually been able to retain the overwhelming majority of our crew leaders. So those are the folks who have a little bit more experience. Maybe they've been on the service for a few years, and they're the people who are sort of overseeing that crew unit. So there's a lot going on, and this, again, I keep saying this and reiterating it, making sure that we have the most pertinent, up-to-date, truthful information being portrayed to the public is extremely important. So I know you probably have a follow-up. We're happy to hear it. Thank you.
All right, wanted to dip into that as it is Canadian officials discussing those wildfires that are burning out of control and causing smoky conditions and poor air quality across the northern part of the U.S. We saw images coming in out of New York City over the weekend where you couldn't even see the skyline. It appears things have gotten just a little bit better, but as these wildfires burn, experts say there's the potential for even more poor air quality and smoky conditions. Right here, as we head into a break, I want to pop up a live look over New York as we continue to follow this breaking news with a quote-unquote incendiary device that was set off outside of 26 Federal Plaza in New York. Now, that appears to be the location that kind of houses the U.S. Customs enforcement offices in that location. Not quite clear if ICE was being targeted, but yeah, a lot under investigation. So we will keep you posted on Live Now from Fox after reports of explosions in that area. We do have to sneak away for a final break, but we will be right back.
At up to 10% back on travel, 1.5% on everything else. And some higher ceilings, if at all possible.
Hey, it's Ryan here from Mobile. Now, I was looking for fun ways to tell you that Mint's offer of unlimited premium wireless for $15 a month is back. We made these $15 bills, but it turns out that's very illegal.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here on this Monday, 10:57 on the East Coast and 7:57 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and there on the left-hand side of your screen, you can see a live look over New York City, about a block or so away from the Federal Building, where we know that an explosion was reported earlier, and Fox's Bill Melugin says a quote-unquote incendiary device was deployed in that area. We have now learned from Fox 5 New York that it appears this was a firework that was set off, again, right outside of that building that houses the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. However, at this point, it is not clear if ICE was specifically being targeted. But as we zoomed in on some of the video that we had, an aerial look from Fox 5 New York, we were able to see as it appeared that there was a cart right outside where that firework had been set off. But we know that one person has been taken into custody. I'm going to pop this up on your screen once again. This is coming in from Bill Melugin and walks us through how all of this is played out here. Now, he posted an FBI statement to Fox News that said, quote, "This morning, an individual deployed an incendiary device outside of 26 Federal Plaza. The individual has been taken into custody, and the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating the incident," end quote. The New York City Police Department also telling Fox there was a, quote, found firearm in relation to this event, but could not confirm if it was actually found on the suspect. As we mentioned here, a lot of unknowns, so we are working to gather more with the help here of our Fox 5 New York team as well as Fox News. Popping this up once again, a live look from a traffic camera over in that area, about a block or so away. As you can see, all of that police presence and also the scene there around the Federal Building is kind of taped off. We looked up that address there, 26 Federal Plaza, and that does house the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. But as I've said, it is not clear at this point whether or not this was a targeted attack of sorts that took place on ICE, or if it just so happened that it was outside of the federal building there. We're going to keep you updated as we get additional information, but here is the information that's coming in from our Fox 5 New York team. They say the NYPD is investigating after video showed a plume of smoke rising outside 26 Federal Plaza, and officers appeared to apprehend a person on the ground. The Fire Department of New York, the FDNY, called around 8:30 a.m. Eastern for reports of fireworks at the corner of Worth and Lafayette Streets. According to reports, some type of fireworks went off that ignited a garbage can or some rubbish there outside of the building, and there were no reports of a fire from inside the building. However, officials are saying to Fox 5 New York that one person at least was injured. Police said they were investigating a possible firearm found at the scene, and video also showed a person on the ground being taken away, led out of the area by officers. Authorities there confirming that federal police took one person into custody. The motive, as I mentioned, not clear, but as we also said, 26 Federal Plaza is home to ICE offices, Federal Immigration Court, as well as a short-term detention center. No indication of a broader threat at this time, but as I mentioned, this is all developing over the past several hours, so we're keeping an eye on the situation, but we do have very limited information at this hour. As Bill Malusian says from the FBI, quote, this morning an individual deployed an incendiary device outside of 26 Federal Plaza. The individual has been taken into custody, and the FBI New York Joint Terrorism Task Force is investigating the incident. Bill Malusian, our buddy over at Fox News, getting that statement from the FBI, but you have to imagine they will send other statements here as they provide updates. We'll bring them to you in real time on Live Now from Fox. Right now, what we are going to do is head back over to that news conference that we were bringing you, as we're hearing from Canadian officials talking essentially about the wildfires that are burning in large numbers and creating poor air quality in the U.S. Let's lift up the audio here and listen back in live.
Communicating it to the First Nations. Keep in mind, roughly about 1,800 evacuees have come out of their First Nations communities, and they're being spread out right across the province until there's not pressure on one area. But there's plenty of room, there's plenty of beds in Thunder Bay and in Toronto, in Niagara Falls, in Kenora, Red Lake, and so on and so forth, Sudbury and Sault Ste. Marie.
Is Ontario concerned that that communication is not enough if people aren't registering?
Well, go ahead, Jill.
So we were actually at the evacuation center on Saturday and met with some of the Ontario Corps partners who were there setting it up. At that time, nobody had registered, but it was set up as an evacuation center for the unincorporated communities, such as Collins First Nation and Armstrong. And so, it's there to serve those needs. I think a lot of people from those communities seek shelter with family and relatives, et cetera. They were smaller areas, but it's there for that intent, or for anyone else. If we have flights coming in through Thunder Bay that aren't maybe able to get out when they need to, it's kind of a backup for those folks as well. But that's why we set up 211 as well, to ensure that we're getting that information out so that anybody can use that non-emergency number to get information about things like the evacuation center, what may be going on in their communities. But, we're working closely with all of our host communities as we move forward, because it's an ongoing situation. So we may have 13 evacuated communities right now, but it is ongoing. So we need to be prepared for worst case scenarios and getting people into safe locations.
I can tell you, we saw it firsthand. It is very, very organized. As soon as they get off the plane, they go into the building, they get registered. No matter if it's a male, a female, young kids, and we register everyone to make sure that they have a spot and a roof over their heads and food in their stomach. So I want to thank the people over in Thunder Bay. I want to thank the host cities that are bringing people in and keeping them in hotel rooms and feeding them and taking care of them. That's pretty remarkable, and it's well organized, extremely well organized.
This will be the last reporter.
Premier Sean Jeffords, CBC. Another question about the hotel expenses, sir. The Minister Cho stepped down, it seems, on his own accord, based on a judgment that the spending wasn't appropriate. Have you asked the cabinet ministers on that list who've also spent that money to step down? And do you need to, frankly, shuffle your cabinet at this point?
Well, Stan stepped down, and he did the right thing, and he paid everything back. So we're going to make sure that we put a microscope under this, and it won't happen again. And I apologize for it even happening in the first place. It's very frustrating to say the least. But thank you for the question.
Premier, also, just more broadly, when it comes to this type of spending and this rule with the Board of Internal Economy, is this not a natural side effect of the government sitting fewer days and longer hours into the night, where it puts MPPs, specifically in your caucus, in a position where they felt that they could spend this money, taxpayer money, to stay in these hotels? Should you not be, frankly, lengthening the calendar and sitting longer?
Oh, the Board of Internal Economy is made up of all parties. So any decision gets approved by all parties. And again, we're going to watch every single penny.
This concludes today's press conference.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Premier, you're going to be on CNN. What's your
All right, so that was Canadian officials there as they were providing an update on the wildfires. Important to note that those fires are still burning and essentially at this point causing very poor air quality in states across the U.S., especially as you go further north. There were also smoky conditions over the weekend, but it appears that those have cleared up. Again, we'll keep you updated on air quality. As some experts say, those wildfires could cause smoky skies and bad air quality again in the coming days. Right now, we are going to step away for a quick break at 11:06 on the East Coast and 8:06 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
The top-ranked Spirits are aiming for a last-minute goal. Who will be Specs Cup World Champion? It's a tight match. Incredible! What a steal! From whiskey to bourbon, it's smooth! Now that's how you celebrate! Let's see that again. Kick off a match day fun with Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Specs, cheers to savings!
It's hard to be in the middle of record inflation. Mint Mobile is actually lowering prices. Every plan, even unlimited, for $15 a month. You probably think there must be something in the fine print. So to prove there isn't, we turned our fine print into super duper large print and put it on a billboard. Because the only thing that we've hidden in there is how much we love you. No, seriously, it's there. That doesn't seem relevant.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:09 on the East Coast and 8:09 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Thank you so much for being with us here. And before we get back into some of the live events that we are covering, I want to give you a live look once again at a fairly active scene hours after this explosion of sorts. A firework set off outside of the federal building there at 26 Federal. That's over in New York City. And you can see from this camera, it is a traffic camera about a block away that the area is taped off. And you also have fire department vehicles, police department vehicles, a lot going on there. And we actually got a statement that's now come in from FBI Director Kash Patel. As he says this morning, an individual deployed an incendiary device outside of 26 Federal Plaza in New York. The individual is in custody and 2 minor injuries reported thus far. FBI JTTF is investigating the incident. As I mentioned here, this was outside of the federal building, and that is, of course, housed, or it does house, the U.S. Customs and Immigration Enforcement Office. Not clear at this point any information about the person who was taken into custody there. We're not sure on the gender, age, charges, none of that. But as we work to get more information from investigators, we will bring that to you in real time here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, what I want to do is take you out to something that is actually ongoing at this point. We do have Ambassador Mike Waltz, who is speaking on the floor of the United Nations. And I want to pop up the audio, but remind you here that we're taking it from the beginning, so it's just a few minutes behind. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in live.
To the representative of the United States.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to see you. Welcome. And thank you very much to our briefers who have traveled here today. Many I was able to meet with and sit with in Haiti just a few weeks ago when I had the opportunity to visit Port-au-Prince and Santo Domingo during my trip down. I was able to see the officials from both the United Nations, the Haitian government, the Dominican government, and a number of other brave and interested parties like UNICEF, the NGO Save the Children, and others who are working the incredibly heartbreaking issue of reintegration of children. In one case, sadly, we sat with an 8-year-old boy who had been groomed by the gangs to kill by teaching him to kill dogs. And fortunately, that young child has been rescued, but there's so many more to go. Colleagues, if you haven't been down to see the new gang suppression force and to see the fight that's before us in Haiti, I highly, highly recommend you do so, and certainly try to do so before our mandate renewal this fall. I think many of you will find it incredibly enlightening. As you know, Haiti's just a few hundred miles from Florida, and in that regard, it is a critical interest to the United States, in addition to the Council, as it moves. These gangs move guns and drugs and terror throughout the Caribbean and onward to West Africa, Europe, and the United States. And as we've heard from the briefers today, they have literally turned entire neighborhoods, an entire city, the capital, Port-au-Prince, into a kill zone. They've taken over roads, ports, the main port, hospitals, prisons, and they are exporting their crime far beyond Port-au-Prince. What was incredibly disturbing, amongst many things, is that they are valorizing it. They're celebrating it on social media sites like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, portraying themselves as revolutionaries as they recruit children to their cause, often terrorize the Haitian people by their executions and other forms of torture. And the most disturbing thing is they're making money off these social media sites, and that is something that we will be working to address in the very near future to shut that down. As the briefers have stated, these thugs stay in business by tolling primarily innocent civilians. They also conduct a sad number of kidnapping for ransom, where they force these impoverished families to literally sell whatever few belongings they still have in order to rescue their family members. And that's why the GSF's first priority, their top priority in their campaign plan that they briefed me on and they've laid out, is to take back the streets and take back the lines of communication and commerce from the ports into the interior. But I do want to share this with you, colleagues, from the Mongolian commander on down. These men and women are the real deal. I've seen these kinds of forces all over the world, all over the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. And I know a well-led unit when I see one. And I thought a number of these officers, planners, from the civilians in charge of UNSO to the gang suppression force, the political operation, are dedicated, experienced, and have a good integrated plan laid out that now needs to be implemented. I saw Salvadorian aviation units, Jamaican special operations trainers, Chadian troops, and more coming in from around the world. In fact, 300 troops landed from Sri Lanka just while we were there. The soldiers and the police that I met were well trained. They're well armed and relatively well equipped. The UN has had to step in some cases. They are empowered with an offensive mandate, thanks to the work of this council. They are empowered with an offensive mandate to take on the barbecues of Haiti, these gang leaders, and bring them to justice, frankly, and arrest Haiti back from these wannabe dictators who treat its streets like a violent playground.
All right, so you were listening there to Mike Waltz. He is the ambassador for the U.S. to the United Nations. Obviously, the shot kind of zoomed in there, but wanted to make sure to bring you his remarks as he spoke to members of the UN General Assembly just moments ago. Right now, we do have several other live events that are kicking off here on Live Now from Fox. We always show you all the different feeds that we're bringing you as we monitor them in real time. And right now, we have one that looks to be Josh Gottheimer, who's talking about foodborne illness. Of course, we have heard from a lot of different lawmakers on both sides of the aisle related to the situation with the outbreak of cyclospora. Let's lift up the audio and dip into some of that.
Cyclospora is no joke, as the doc just said. The U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, or the CDC, is tracking a multi-state outbreak. It's a nasty parasite that sends you to the bathroom for weeks on end, or in the most severe cases, especially with our most vulnerable populations, could send you to the hospital. It could send you to the emergency room right here. And the numbers are not small. As of this week, there were nearly 7,000 reported cases across at least 34 states, with more than 140 hospitalizations, including in New Jersey. To put that in perspective, that's more than 30 times the number of cases that there were at this time last year. You heard that right. That's a 2,700% increase year over year of cyclospora impact. According to the CDC, that's considered a full-blown outbreak, and that's where we are right now. The symptoms are nasty. The most common symptom is watery explosive diarrhea. I hate to be direct and graphic on a Monday, but we're with a bunch of doctors who see this stuff every day. I'm sure that's just table conversation. You can also experience loss of appetite, weight loss, stomach cramping, bloating, increased gas, nausea, fatigue, vomiting, headache, body aches, and a low-grade fever. If your stomach issues persist, you should call your doctor and seek medical care, including antibiotics. If your symptoms come back or get worse, and they can come back even after you've had antibiotics, right, Doc? Right, they can come back. You should contact your doctor again. If you have a weakened immune system or signs of severe dehydration, including confusion or dizziness, dark-colored urine, or you're not peeing as much as you should, then you should go to the hospital just to be safe. Again, I know I'm being direct and graphic, but I'm a doctor for the day here, so I can do it. To avoid getting sick in the first place, there are some easy steps you can take to protect yourself and your family. Wash your hands thoroughly with soap and water before preparing or eating food. Thoroughly rinse fruits and vegetables under running water, even if they're labeled pre-washed. Keep your kitchen surfaces and utensils clean, and refrigerate cut or peeled produce as soon as possible. When you're cooking, make sure your produce is cooked thoroughly, because the heat kills the parasite. These are simple steps, but it can go a long way to protecting you and your family. Now, here's what we know so far about the parasite and its march across America. Initially, we thought that a large portion of the cases were traced back to iceberg lettuce grown in Mexico and shipped by Taylor Farms and sold in places like Taco Bell and Walmart, where they pulled those bags of lettuce off the shelves, and I know Taco Bell stopped serving it. But now, just overnight, we learned new news from the FDA that the source that they initially found was a false positive. So now we're back to not knowing exactly where the parasite is coming from, what the source is. Now, that's a problem. And it's part of the problem that I've discovered from the CDC and the FDA. Past cyclospora outbreaks in the U.S. have been linked to fresh produce such as raspberries, cabbage, basil, cilantro, parsley, broccoli, snow peas, sugar snap peas, and other leafy greens. Right? So we know where it's been connected to. We thought it was this lettuce coming from California or through Mexico to California. What appears overnight is there's no evidence that that's actually where it's coming from. So, and this is important for news coverage, we don't exactly know the source. We're back to not knowing the source again of this outbreak of cyclospora. Now, here in New Jersey, our Department of Health has logged 46 cases, and the number of cases is still climbing. The parasite moves through natural supply chains when fresh produce is contaminated with human feces, as you heard, most commonly when produce is irrigated or washed with contaminated water. That means there's a real risk it could show up on your dinner table tomorrow night. We know that our children, loved ones who are immunocompromised, and seniors are most at risk of being impacted. So we must especially make sure they are protected. I want to be crystal clear about one thing, and I think this is very important, because I've been asked this. Not a single case has been traced back to Jersey-grown produce. Not a single case. Zero evidence of that. Right? We believe it's being shipped in from somewhere else. We're just trying to now find the source. Our Jersey farmers are held to some of the toughest standards in the country. Our state does a great job on this. But that hasn't stopped this thing from clobbering our Jersey farmers because people have stopped buying a lot of this produce. I'm hearing from our farmers that folks are scared off from a lot of things like blueberries and where sales are tanking, which obviously is a great summer thing we all love to enjoy. And our local farmers are taking the hit for this. So why is this all happening, and why is it so much worse than last year, right? And we've seen in recent years. Part of the answer is kind of straightforward. The Trump administration fired a ton of the cops on the beat who actually watch over America's food supply and food safety. They aren't at their full capacity to handle an outbreak or trace it, and something especially of this size and scale, which is evident by the fact that we still don't actually know where it's coming from, as we learned overnight. Since 2025, the CDC has lost more than 2,800 staff members, roughly a quarter of the agency. Let me say that again. The people who are the cop on the beat here, one of the key cops, have lost a quarter of the agency. These include the people who actually track this stuff and work with local officials, health officials, to track it. The CDC's own parasite surveillance team, the team responsible for tracking cyclospora and other pathogens, was cut by more than 70%. I pause here, so just so you understand this. The team that actually tracks this stuff was cut by 70% under this administration. Not a good thing. And here's the kicker. In July 2025, the CDC quietly took cyclospora and 5 other major pathogens off of its mandatory tracking list, downgrading them to optional. Yep. So now it's just optional to track cyclospora and other pathogens that can cause these problems. So when you do these sort of things, it actually has consequences. NBC News, after a couple months, figured out that the CDC had stopped requiring mandatory tracking. They're the ones who flagged it. In other words, the CDC no longer requires our best public health officials to routinely communicate with the hundreds of clinical laboratories across the country that identify new cyclospora cases. To keep our families safe, we need professionals tracking these cases to see them building up and ensure all outbreaks are being properly reported. They are the people on the front lines, making sure that our food is safe. And right now, this administration is cutting and has been cutting the very people responsible for detecting outbreaks and limiting what foodborne illnesses they track. The reason this matters is simple. The CDC is the nation's first line of defense against foodborne outbreaks. When people get sick, the CDC works to detect these outbreaks, identify the culprit, and then alert the public. That information is what then enables the FDA to trace contaminated food through the supply chain, identify the source, and quickly remove unsafe products from the market before people get sick. The Trump administration gutted the FDA as well, as you probably know, where they fired more than 4,300 people, including experts that handle foodborne illness response. On top of staffing cuts, HHS has ripped up 444 CDC grants worth $5.78 billion. Those are the dollars that go to state and local health departments that track foodborne illnesses and pathogens. So the whole system has been gutted and weakened at a time when we really need them to fight cyclospora and other foodborne illnesses. It makes no sense. When the administration cuts, it's our local public health officials that take the hit, especially the boots on the ground outbreak investigators who are short-staffed and undermined because of these cuts. You don't need a PhD or an MD to figure this out. You don't gut the food safety surveillance system, thin out the workforce, and slash the funding to local health departments in the middle of the biggest cyclospora outbreak the country's ever recorded and call that good government. When cases are spiking, that's the moment you want your public health team at full strength, not running on empty. We can't just sit back and watch. That's why today I'm taking the following actions. First, along with Congressman Don Bacon of Nebraska, a Republican, I'm introducing new bipartisan federal legislation called the Foodborne Illness Rapid Response Act, which outlaws all massive staff cuts and random hiring freezes at the CDC foodborne illness surveillance divisions for a year after any outbreak is detected. Basically, this will stop this administration or any administration going forward from doing mass firings or hiring freezes on a whim and undermining food safety in our country. This bipartisan legislation will protect the critical food safety CDC staff who are actively ensuring that our families' meals are safe from foodborne illnesses. Second, I'm sending an urgent letter to the CDC telling them in no uncertain terms to restore FoodNet. That's the CDC team that tracks pathogens and requires them once again to track the foodborne diseases they used to and that they've made optional to track. For almost 30 years, FoodNet gave us real hard data to see these trends coming. This administration took away that requirement last year, effectively gutting a cross-government coordinated alert system, and now we have cyclospora outbreak. We are clearly worse off for that hasty decision. Finally, I'm backing and championing the bipartisan federal and state food safety information sharing act, which cuts red tape and allows the FDA to immediately share findings with local food and health inspectors. Right now, state and local inspectors do much of the on-the-ground work inspecting food processing facilities for the FDA. Then they work closely with places like this, our hospitals. But if the FDA discovers where contaminated food came from or where it was shipped from, it can't always share that information right now. There's bureaucracy in the way from being able to pick up the phone and call local health inspectors and communities and say, by the way, we've got an outbreak or a problem, because it's considered proprietary. It makes no sense. It's unnecessary bureaucracy, and we're going to fix that. This bipartisan bill fixes that issue, and this package will fix a lot of the issues that are actually, I believe, have led to this outbreak or allowed it to continue. Well, the key is to make sure state and local officials can have the information they need and hospitals have the information they need to do their job. Finally, let me say that none of this is about pointing fingers just to score points. It's about making sure that next time something nasty shows up in our food supply, we're ready. Whether it's a parasite, bacteria, or something else putting our families in danger. The people whose job it is to catch it need to have the staff, the data, the resources, and the support to do it fast and to respond fast before thousands of people get sick, not after the fact. Food safety isn't a red or blue issue, it's a good for America issue. Nobody wants their kid to be sick and doubled over with stomach cramps because of a bag of salad. It's just about basic safety and common sense. As a proud member of the Food Safety Caucus, I've teamed up with my colleagues in the Safe American Food Exports Act to protect our farmers' abilities to export safely, even when there's an outbreak. And I've backed the bipartisan Protecting America's Food Supply Act to make sure the FDA is actually doing its job of inspecting food coming in from overseas. Again, my commitment to food safety is not a one-off thing. I've been working on this for years. This is very frustrating that we're in the situation we're in right now. Every Jersey family and every family in America should be able to grab lunch, grill at home during the summer, order takeout, or do their weekly grocery run without wondering if it's going to make their child or their loved one sick. It's not a big ask. It's just us doing common sense things and doing our job. If we work together in the greatest country in the world, I know our best days will always be ahead. Thanks so much, and God bless.
All right, listening to Representative Josh Gottheimer, a Democrat from New Jersey, as he speaks all about the situation with the outbreak of cyclospora. We know this has been an issue that has really affected people in more than half of the U.S. states. We're going to follow all of this as we get reaction from medical professionals as well as lawmakers there, right here on Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us here, it is Monday, July 20th. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are going to step away for a quick break, but more live coverage on the other side.
The top-ranked Spirits are aiming for a last-minute goal. Who will be Specs Cup World Champion? It's a tight match. Incredible! What a steal! From whiskey to bourbon, it's smooth! Now that's how you celebrate! Let's see that again. Kick off a match day fun with Specs Wine, Spirits, and Finer Foods. Specs, cheers to savings.
Don't let go to know you.
Yeah, family's way better for that.
Mike and Ike, we got you.
If I think one word to talk about accessing healthcare in this way, I would say it's empowering to go to this website and just pick out stuff you already know works. It's your own body, and you should be able to access those medicines and those prescriptions.
I just budgeting app with Base 44.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now. Anything else?
Can this thing process invoices?
Can it show cost growth by category?
Is the password protected? Can it track spending trends?
Done.
Nice.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow. And again, we continue to follow this breaking news coming in out of New York City, where an incendiary device was sent off outside of the federal building that houses the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. We are, of course, working to gather more information as the FBI Director Kash Patel says 2 people suffered minor injuries and a suspect is in custody. Now, our Fox 5 New York station saying that it appears it was a firework that was set off. We are working to gather much more information, and we'll keep you updated here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, though, I do want to take you out to a live event, as we do have Ray Tierney over in New York. He is the district attorney there talking about what appears to be a case. Not sure if they're walking away or what is happening here, but let's lift up the audio and listen in.
Suffolk County detectives, the district attorney, ADAs, everybody involved, they have done a phenomenal job putting this case together and getting this to the closure that we hope that this family can have. It's not easy to say, not easy to think about closure. If you were in that courtroom, your hearts broke listening to everything that they said, everything about Patty, everything what she meant to them. And to all of us, to the community, you might not ever realize what everyone lost. But we want to thank you for being there for us. The community came together for a hero. The community came together for a family in need. And all of you, the media, I want to thank you also for being respectful, for not harassing this family who was going through a really rough time. We will never forget Patty. We will remember her, honor her. Every time we see Mia, every time we hear Mia, we will think about it. And as the district attorney said, I hope that this opens eyes to all of our drivers out there for safe streets. This is unavoidable. if you try. Unavoidable if you don't take action. But it's done by choice. This was done by choice. Yes, we heard him in there. I hope that he feels bad. How could you not, as a human being, for what he has put this family through? I hope.
Of law for its own criminal purposes. Today, El Mayo answered for his crimes before an American courtroom.
All right. So as you can see, it looks as though we did see the feed change right there. Edge, of course, Fox Edge, going from one with Ray Tierney in Suffolk County, New York, over to this one, which is about another case that we have been following here on Live Now from Fox. And this is the El Mayo sentencing. This is going to be a news conference where they essentially speak about a huge case involving the Sinaloa cartel. We're going to lift up the audio and listen in.
Years or decades, we will not stop. We will not lose focus. We do not forget. To every member of DEA, HSI, and FBI, and our prosecutorial team who played a role in this investigation, thank you. Some began this work decades ago, others carried it forward. Today, you provided that determination and an unwavering commitment to justice can overcome even the most powerful criminal organizations. Today is a great day for law enforcement, but let me be clear. This sentencing is not the end. It's just the beginning. It's a warning to every cartel leader, global criminal enterprise, and foreign terrorists. If you traffic deadly drugs, profit from the suffering of others, and threaten our communities, DEA is coming for you. Whether you're a drug trafficker or a corrupt government official, DEA is coming for you. Our work is far from over. We will disrupt your networks. We will cut off your financial lifelines, seize your illicit profits, and work with our partners to save American lives. Because this is about America first, Americans first. To the mothers and families who have lost their loved ones to fentanyl, DEA will never forget your loss, and we will never stop holding those responsible accountable. Justice does not have an expiration date. Today's sentencing proves that. God bless our troops. God bless our country. And now I'd like to turn over to HSI Deputy Executive Director, Matt Mulholland.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Milholland. I am the Acting Deputy Executive Associate Director for Homeland Security Investigations. Today, the United States closes the book on one of the most violent and destructive criminal figures of our time. The most prolific drug trafficker in modern history, El Mayo. For more than 30 years, El Mayo ruled through raw terror. Under his command, the Sinaloa cartel became a machine of brutality and greed. It armed itself like a military, stockpiled war-grade weapons, bought influence through blood money, and enforced its will through torture, murder, and intimidation. Under El Mayo's reign of terror, the Sinaloa cartel did not just traffic drugs. It waged a sustained campaign of violence, corruption, and fear on both sides of the border. At the heart of that criminal machine was its decision to unleash fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine on the American and Mexican people. Nearly 20 years of HSI investigative work culminated in today's sentencing. For nearly 2 decades, HSI special agents and investigators, including some who are here today, interviewed countless witnesses, dissected every shred of evidence, and devoted themselves through sleepless nights and early mornings to make certain that El Mayo and his co-conspirators would face justice. They do it for the people whose voices have been silenced, whose lives have been shattered, and those that the cartel violence and drug poisoning has affected the most. El Mayo's rule became synonymous with entrenched public corruption, The generation of billions of dollars from fentanyl and narcotics trafficking and unimaginable bloodshed, acts of narco-terrorism that devastated communities and claimed countless lives. Every fentanyl shipment translated into overdoses, empty chairs at dinner tables, families who will never be whole again. The graves, the relapses, the shattered lives in the United States and elsewhere are the true legacy of El Mayo. Today's monumental sentencing is the direct result of the Homeland Security Task Force. Its investigation was worked at the highest level and in the most aggressive form. HSI New York initiated and drove the long-term Mexican Federation investigation with a singular focus. Target the Sinaloa cartel at the top, at the money, and in the infrastructure that keeps it alive. Through the Homeland Security Task Force, HSI fused its global investigative reach, its financial expertise, and border authorities with the invaluable capabilities of my colleagues from the FBI, the DEA, the U.S. Marshals Service, and attorneys from the Department of Justice. With this sentencing, we have taken one of the world's most dangerous criminals off the field permanently. He will spend the rest of his life in a United States prison, removed from the empire of violence and corruption that he created. But this is not the end of our fight. HSI, operating through the Homeland Security Task Forces, will continue to relentlessly target every layer of this cartel. There's no corner of this organization beyond our reach, no level of leadership off limits. If you lead, enable, or profit from Sinaloa cartel operations, we're coming for you. Lastly, I'd like to thank the HSI special agents and intelligence analysts and law enforcement partners who have dedicated their lives to this work. They do it for the communities torn apart by addiction and cartel violence. They do it for every victim whose life has been permanently altered by the Sinaloa cartel's crimes and the decisions made by El Mayo. The man who helped cause so much of this devastation will never direct violence again, never again profit from American deaths, and never again operate under the illusion that he is untouchable. HSI will not stop. Not with the Sinaloa cartel, not with any cartel. Thank you. Next is the special agent in charge for the Washington Field Office of the FBI, Special Agent in Charge Tyler.
Thank you, Matt, and good morning. I'm Jeff Tyler, Special Agent in charge of the FBI's Washington Field Office Criminal Division. I'm grateful to stand shoulder to shoulder with our partners today as we announce this historic sentencing, a life sentence for a lifetime of crime. El Mayo's rise to power began when he and El Chapo founded the Sinaloa cartel in the late 1980s. Through bribery, corruption, and violence, they built the cartel into one of the largest drug trafficking organizations in the world. As my colleague said, the Sinaloa cartel has trafficked in tens of thousands of tons of drugs, including cocaine, heroin, methamphetamine, and fentanyl into the United States, all while laundering billions of dollars of illicit proceeds back to Mexico. With El Mayo sentencing today, both founders of the world's most notorious cartel will spend the rest of their lives in American prisons. His sentence is a win for the dozens of law enforcement officers and attorneys who spent decades working on this case. It's also a victory for every American family who has lost a loved one to a drug overdose, and every Mexican community that has lived under the fear of cartel violence. I'd like to thank the DEA, HSI, my colleagues at the FBI, and U.S. Attorney's offices from coast to coast, and all of our other partners who played a vital role in bringing El Mayo to justice. I'd like to thank our Homeland Security Task Force partners who are working with us every day toward our goal of eliminating criminal organizations like the Sinaloa cartel. We can't recover all the blood under El Mayo's command, but we can continue to pour our collective resources into dismantling the cartel that he built. The sentences of El Chapo and El Mayo should serve as a warning to their sons and other faction leaders who seek to preserve the cartel. If you continue to traffic in brutality, if you continue to choose violence over law and order, we won't stop until we bring you to justice. I will now turn the podium over to United States Attorney Jason Redding, Quinones, Southern District of Florida.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Jason Redding Quinones. I'm the United States Attorney for the Southern District of Florida. Thank you all for being here today. Today, Ismael Edmayo Zambada Garcia received the only sentence equal to the life he chose, life in federal prison. The court also ordered $15 billion in forfeiture judgment against him. For nearly 4 decades, he led the Sinaloa cartel as it poured. We're here in New York. There's always going to be a couple distractions on the noise, so please bear with us. For over 4 decades, he led the Sinaloa cartel, and he poured fentanyl, cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamines into American communities, laundered billions of dollars, corrupted public officials, and used violence and murder to protect his power. Today is also an important day for the Southern District of Florida. We were not bystanders in this prosecution. Our prosecutors were part of a joint team that built this case and carried it over many years. Assistant United States Attorneys Monique Butero, Andrea Goldberg worked tirelessly with our partners here in Brooklyn, in Texas, at the DEA, at HSI, and at FBI to bring one of the world's most powerful cartel leaders to justice. And this is what the Southern District of Florida does at its best. We pursue transnational criminals at the highest levels. We follow the drugs and money across borders, and we stay with the difficult cases until justice is done. Ed Mayo thought he was beyond our reach, and he was wrong. Thank you. Next, I'd like to introduce my great partner, Justin Simmons, the United States Attorney for the Western District of Texas.
Thank you. My name is Justin Simmons, United States Attorney from the Western District of Texas. It's good to be with you here today. I also want to thank our great partners here in the Eastern District of New York, and so many other offices, including the Southern District of Florida across this country that worked so hard for so many years to put this case together. Also want to thank all of our law enforcement partners that are present here today for their diligent work on the streets, building these cases over many, many years. It is good and right that we are here today. Juarez, Mexico, which is just across the border from El Paso, Texas, which is in the Western District of Texas, is one of the main corridors for the Sinaloa cartel to move drugs, humans, and so many other things across the border, both going north into the United States and south from the United States into Mexico, including guns and money. AUSA's Tony Franco and other AUSAs in our office worked for years to put this case together. And one of those charges that was filed in the Western District of Texas, Ismael Zambada Garcia pled guilty to last year and was sentenced on today. This was great work by everyone involved again. And like I said, it is good and right that we are here today, that we revel in the downfall of this man, because it is always good for those who love the light to revel in the downfall of those who thrive in the darkness. And that's why we are all here. He's done so much harm, as so many people have already said, to so many of his fellow countrymen, but also so many Americans who died at the hands of the poison he moved across the border, the tons and tons of kilograms of poison he moved across the border for so many years. But as Administrator Cole said, this is not the end of the story. This administration under President Trump's leadership and this Department of Justice under the leadership of Acting Attorney General Blanche are just getting warmed up. Over the last year or so, 90+ cartel leaders have been extradited to the United States. They are here now to face justice at the hand of American judges, American prosecutors, and American juries. With 660 miles of U.S. border in the Western District of Texas, many of those cartel leaders will be prosecuted in the Western District of Texas. These cartel leaders have murdered thousands of their countrymen. They've moved thousands of tons of drugs across the border. They've moved millions of illegal aliens into the United States. And they've stolen oil, millions of barrels of oil and oil derivatives from this country to line their own pockets. So that's where Western District of Texas AUSAs are focused. We're focused on hitting these cartels where it counts, right in the pocketbook. So we're working with our law enforcement partners to interdict those drug shipments, to interdict those alien shipments, to run down those stash houses that are all along the border, to stop the flow of guns, money, and oil going south. This will result in billions of dollars that the cartel will lose by our activities and that they've already lost. To that end, AUSAs in the Western District of Texas filed the first material support of a foreign terrorist organization charge in the United States against a Mexican drug cartel last year. We're continuing to do that on a daily basis. So in closing, again, I'm proud to be here today with my friends and colleagues. This is a great victory for everyone here, but it's a great victory for the American people. But more than that, I'm excited to get back to work tomorrow and put away those 90 other cartel leaders that were sent across over the last year. They have a date with justice awaiting, just like Mayo Zambada did today, and we're happy to meet them on that date. The message to those that are still operating and supporting these cartels: you may think you're shielded from justice like you have been for many years. Mayo Zambada thought the same not too long ago. He doesn't think that now. You're no longer safe from the long arm of the United States Department of Justice. Thank you very much. I'll turn it back over to Mr. Nacella to close out.
All right, so they are closing that out right now. But if you're not familiar with what's going on, we have that side panel there that tells you kind of some of the details. But Reuters Legal saying just in, Mexican drug kingpin El Mayo was sentenced to life in prison in the U.S. after a plea deal last year in which he admitted to shipping millions of kilograms of cocaine over decades as leader of the violent Sinaloa cartel. Again, we're likely to get a Q&A here at some point, so we're going to make sure to bring that to you on Live Now from Fox as we get it. And of course, our breaking news does continue as we had a shot a short time ago coming in from Fox 26 Houston. This is a live aerial view after we've learned that a pilot was taken to the hospital after landing on top of a house. This is over in Fort Bend County, Texas. That's according to the Texas Department of Public Safety. Not quite clear if Sky Fox is going to circle and go back to that image, but we saw very briefly as a plane was actually on top of that home. Again, we are going to bring you any more live images that we get from that scene. Again, that is over in Fort Bend County, Texas. Heading to a quick break right now, the final one of the hour, but so much more live news on the other side. Stay with us.
It's hard to believe that in the middle of record inflation, Mint Mobile is actually lowering prices. Every plan, even unlimited, for $15 a month. You probably think there must be something in the fine print. So to prove there isn't, we turned our fine print into super duper large print and put it on a billboard. Because the only thing that we've hidden in there is how much we love you. No, seriously, it's there. That doesn't seem relevant.
That is an ongoing matter. And
welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. And of course, we do want to take you to this live look right here. This is over in Fort Bend County, Texas. And you can see Skyfox is flying overhead at this hour. And that is because a plane has landed on top of a roof. We don't have a lot of information, but our Fox 26 Houston team is flying overhead, and they are going to zoom in here in a second. There you go. You can see the plane on the left-hand side of your screen. I'm going to take it full to give you a better look. It looks like they are zooming in on the driveway, but what I want to do is pop this up on your screen. Again, this is coming in from Fox 26 Houston, as it says a small plane crashed into a house. This was Monday morning near Pflugerville, and as we kind of see them zooming in, we're going to pop this up one more time to give you a live look, but they're kind of panning over. That is the plane that landed on the home, kind of crashed into it there. And you can see the pilot was taken to a hospital, and we are told that they do have injuries, as you'd imagine. However, not quite clear at this point the extent of those injuries. All of this is just happening here at this hour in the Pflugerville area of Fort Bend County, Texas. And the information is from the Texas Department of Public Safety. Now, as we look a little bit further here, we know that the Pflugerville Simonton Fire Department shared the photo that you were looking at a short time ago, and it's in a backyard of a home near the Covey Trails airstrip. The yellow plane was propped up with a tire on the roof of the home and one wing on the ground. Again, we know there are injuries to that pilot. Not quite clear if the pilot was the only person on there, but we know that the pilot was taken to a hospital with injuries. Not sure just yet on the extent. Still a very active scene, and likely to be one for quite a while, out of Fort Bend County, Texas, where all of this is unfolding here in real time. Skyfox with Fox 26 Houston has been flying overhead now for just a little bit. We were showing you some of the other live images that we were getting coming in out of that area. But right now that is zoomed in, a live look at that aircraft that landed on the roof of that home. We have to imagine this was an emergency landing, but again, this is going to be investigated, I'm sure, by the FAA and the NTSB as they work to figure out exactly what happened here. But way too soon for that, as we are seeing the pilot of that yellow aircraft taken to a hospital. And it's hard to tell from my vantage point, but I believe that might be just a single seater. It's hard to tell because I'm looking at a small monitor here, but as of what we know, it appears that it is just the pilot that was taken to a hospital. So not clear at this point if there was a passenger on board as well, but it does look like it could be a one-seater there. Again, if you are just joining us, this is a live look coming in out of Fort Bend County, Texas. This is provided by our Fox 26 Houston team, as they say a small plane crashed into a house near Pflugerville. This was this morning, and the Pflugerville Simonton Fire Department sharing a photo of the plane in the backyard of a home near the Covey Trails airstrip. The yellow plane was propped up with a tire on the roof of the home and one wing on the ground. This is going to be a federal investigation, so we have to imagine that the NTSB and FAA will put out a little bit more in the way of details as the situation and the day progresses here. But this is going to be an active scene for a while. We also don't know if anyone was inside the home, if anyone was outside, if they were injured. Again, a lot of unknowns at this point, so we will keep you posted as we get additional details. Right now, I do want to head back out to another breaking story that we are covering here at this hour as we pop this up over New York City, where you can see it is still a very active scene after a, quote, incendiary device was deployed outside of the federal building there that is over at 26 Federal. And it's a location that houses the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office, though investigators have not specifically said at this point if that's what was targeted as that explosion of sorts happened. And our Fox 5 New York team saying that they believe this was a firework from what they're hearing from the NYPD. Now, we also heard from FBI Director Kash Patel that it appeared that 2 people suffered minor injuries as a result of this. This is another situation that we're tracking very, very closely on Live Now from Fox, and we'll bring you updates as we get them. All right, so I do want to head out to some of the other events that it looks like are about to get underway. Right here on this, we do have what appears to be the district attorney here it looks like, and I'm looking up some of the information here on our system to see exactly what this is going to be, and checking with Charles, our producer here. It's the Bucks County District Attorney. One more time.
Public official for abusing his authority.
All right, so that is going to be a public official who's accused of abusing his authority. Thank you to Charles, of course. He is working around the clock over in the corner. It's kind of hard to see him here, but if I pop it up on your screen, this is the camera where I'm seated, and then you have Charles over there who is monitoring the feeds as well. And yeah, we're going to get that news conference coming in just a bit. Right now, what I want to do, though, is actually head out to some of the other live events that we have going on. Let's see what else we can pull up. We do have the United Nations is meeting for their General Assembly. Now, there's a lot of discussion taking place here on a variety of topics, but we know that the big topic here is going to be Haiti. Now, I remind you a bit earlier, as we're hearing from other countries, that we also heard from Ambassador Mike Waltz, and we were not really able to play out all of those remarks for you. So while we wait for some of these other live events to play out, I'm going to pop up the audio and listen into what he had to say with a better version here than we had earlier.
Thank you, Madam President. Good to see you. Welcome. And thank you very much to our briefers who have traveled here today. Many I was able to meet with and sit with in Haiti just a few weeks ago when I had the opportunity to visit Port-au-Prince and Santo Domingo during my trip down. I was able to see the officials from both the United Nations, the Haitian government, the Dominican government, and a number of other brave and interested parties like UNICEF, the NGO Save the Children, and others who are working the incredibly heartbreaking issue of reintegration of children. In one case, sadly, we sat with an 8-year-old boy who had been groomed by the gangs to kill by teaching him to kill dogs. And fortunately, that young child has been rescued, but there's so many more to go. Colleagues, if you haven't been down to see the new gang suppression force and to see the fight that's before us in Haiti, I highly, highly recommend you do so, and certainly try to do so before our mandate renewal this fall. I think many of you will find it incredibly enlightening. As you know, Haiti's just a few hundred miles from Florida, and in that regard, it is a critical interest to the United States, in addition to the Council, as it moves. These gangs move guns and drugs and terror throughout the Caribbean and onward to West Africa, Europe, and the United States. And as we've heard from the briefers today, they have literally turned entire neighborhoods, an entire city, the capital, Port-au-Prince, into a kill zone. They've taken over roads, ports, the main port, hospitals, prisons, and they are exporting their crime far beyond Port-au-Prince. What was incredibly disturbing, amongst many things, is that they are valorizing it. They're celebrating it on social media sites like TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, portraying themselves as revolutionaries as they recruit children to their cause, often terrorize the Haitian people by their executions and other forms of torture. And the most disturbing thing is they're making money off these social media sites, and that is something that we will be working to address in the very near future to shut that down. As the briefers have stated, these thugs stay in business by tolling primarily innocent civilians. They also conduct a sad number of kidnapping for ransom, where they force these impoverished families to literally sell whatever few belongings they still have in order to rescue their family members. And that's why the GSF's first priority, their top priority in their campaign plan that they briefed me on and they've laid out, is to take back the streets and take back the lines of communication and commerce from the ports into the interior. But I do want to share this with you, colleagues, from the Mongolian commander on down. These men and women are the real deal. I've seen these kinds of forces all over the world, all over the Middle East, South Asia, and Africa. And I know a well-led unit when I see one. And I thought a number of these officers, planners, from the civilians in charge of UNSO to the gang suppression force, the political operation, are dedicated, experienced, and have a good integrated plan laid out that now needs to be implemented. I saw Salvadorian aviation units, Jamaican special operations trainers, Chadian troops, and more coming in from around the world. In fact, 300 troops landed from Sri Lanka just while we were there. The soldiers and the police that I met were well trained. They're well armed and relatively well equipped. The UN has had to step in some cases. They are empowered with an offensive mandate, thanks to the work of this council. They are empowered with an offensive mandate to take on the barbecues of Haiti, these gang leaders, and bring them to justice, frankly, and arrest Haiti back from these wannabe dictators who treat its streets like a violent playground. The U.S. is deeply grateful to the standing group of partners, to the troop and police contributing countries that are contributing to the GSF. I could tell you firsthand, the mission would not be possible without their commitment and sacrifice. And we're particularly grateful to the Dominican Republic, who sees this rightly as an existential threat to its security, and has been incredibly, I think, as accommodating as it can be and should be into facilitating the GSF into getting into position in Haiti, so to speak. I also want to take this opportunity to thank ASG Daniela Krosleck and the UN Support Office team. They've worked quite diligently alongside the standing group of partners to ensure that the troop contingents are deployed as expeditiously as possible. Frankly, colleagues, I think over the past 10 months, the GSF has shown what the UN can do when it gets back to basics. And it's just the beginning. As the special representative stated, the GSF's progress will be measured, and that's so important, that it'll actually be measured against the objectives and benchmarks that Special Representative Christofides has outlined. And that is in line with this council's mandate. And I appreciate the coming forward with those measurements and those benchmarks so that the council can then evaluate progress. And again, this is how the UN was intended to work. Nations come together, stop the chaos before it spreads, and shoulder the burden collectively.
All right, so you were listening there to Ambassador Mike Waltz. Wanted to bring that to you as, of course, he is addressing the United Nations General Assembly, and that's all about gangs and crimes over in Haiti. That's a story that we have been covering very, very closely. Right now, as I mentioned, I do want to head over to Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That is where our Fox 29 Philadelphia team is here at this news conference underway with officials all related to an abuse of power arrest. Let's lift up the audio and listen in live.
Sent that image to personal contacts in his phone. Our county detective discovered that this wasn't the first time Mr. Gaffney had done this. Our forensic examination uncovered a second image on his phone, this one from 2024, specifically December 26, 2024, again, showing a naked man. This was a handcuffed naked male prisoner who was lying across the bed. Mr. Gaffney sent this image around to not one, not two, not four, not six, but 12 personal contacts of his over 4 separate dates. On April 6, 2026, during a voluntary administrative interview with Sheriff Danny Seisler and his investigators, with his lawyer present, Mr. Gaffney made false statements verbally before then signing a written statement. All of these statements falsely denied that he had used his personal cell phone to create and distribute the January 30th image, as alleged in our complaint. Now, as the investigation continued, Mr. Gaffney, through his legal counsel, provided screenshots of his active and deleted photo libraries in an attempt to mislead our investigation and mislead investigators into believing that this January 30th image was not stored on his phone. But it was. A court-ordered forensic search of Mr. Gaffney's iPhone on April 23rd, 2026, successfully recovered the image of the January 30 victim. The digital metadata on that recovered file directly matched the timestamp and physical positioning captured by the other deputies' body-worn cameras. That search also recovered the December 2024 image of the second male victim. So I want to be clear. Mr. Gaffney's conduct is a disgrace. It is a betrayal of the trust that was placed in him by the sheriff and by the taxpayers. The people of Bucks County must be able to trust that those who are sworn to protect them will respect their basic rights and dignity at all times, especially when they are at their most vulnerable. When a deputy sheriff breaks the law and then attempts to cover it up by lying, he erodes the public trust that thousands of honest public servants work every day to preserve. I want to personally thank Sheriff Seisler for his swift action in referring this matter to our office, and I want to thank the Sheriff's Office for their ongoing cooperation with our investigation. I want to thank our dedicated county detectives who investigated this matter, Lieutenant Phil Coolin and Detective Eric Landamia, as well as Detectives Jeff Jumper, Bill Mooney, and Chief of Detectives Jack Slattery, who are all with us today. I'd also like to acknowledge the good work of Deputy District Attorney Andrew Bukowski, who's standing behind me, who worked on these detectives with this matter and will be prosecuting this case in court. Deputy District Attorney Bukowski serves in our recently expanded Special Investigations Unit, which is led by our Chief of Staff and Chief Deputy DA Brendan Flynn, who's also standing behind me. Our Special Investigations Unit is charged with protecting the public through the investigation and prosecution of corruption, official oppression, and other criminal conduct by public officials. I also want to recognize First Assistant District Attorney Kristen McElroy, who is also standing next to Mr. Flynn and Chief Slattery. Together, they work every day to carry out our new vision for this office. And I want to thank them for their leadership. And I want everyone in the public to know that we will continue to aggressively investigate and prosecute official misconduct at all levels of government to ensure that no one is above the law, especially not those who are charged with enforcing it. I'm happy to answer your questions.
How did you find out? How did the sheriff's office find out about this in April?
So I'll refer any questions about the sheriff's internal investigation to the sheriff's office, but I will say, and again, as a credit to the sheriff's office and the sheriff, that immediately upon recognizing the severity of this issue, they referred it to our office on the date I mentioned.
How long have you served as deputy sheriff?
Since 2023.
Oh, what is he facing if he's convicted?
Well, I think that, all of these charges are misdemeanors. The most serious of these, which is the reason this was a criminal summons. The most serious of these crimes is possessing an instrument of crime. That's where Mr. Gaffney used his phone first to take the images, second to send them out, and third to try and mislead our investigators. And that first-degree misdemeanor has a 5-year maximum. So there are a number of other misdemeanors as well. But it would also depend on what the judge decides to do with sentencing.
Is he still denying it?
Well, we have not spoken to Mr. Gaffney since we filed the summons. But the most recent opportunity Mr. Gaffney had to tell us what happened, or to tell investigators, let's say, what happened, and when he had that opportunity, he misled the investigation, and that's why he is facing 2 counts of conduct relating to that. Lying orally to the sheriff directly, and then signing a statement that was false.
Any other sheriff's deputies could be facing charges from this? You mentioned that several were in the room. Body camera showed anything, charges pending for anybody else?
No, there's nothing about this investigation that indicates that anyone other than Mr. Gaffney was responsible for creating criminal conduct. And in fact, it was the active cooperation and the support of the current sheriff's office that led to today's successful filing of these charges.
Are you saying there's more victims?
Well, we certainly would encourage anyone with information to come forward. But as prosecutors and investigators, we follow the facts. And as I said, we initially learned about this first image that we were warned about in 2026. That search then led us to the second victim, which we would not have known about but for that search.
You mentioned he had an attorney. Who is that?
His attorney, who was president for that interview, was Paul Lang.
Did the other deputies whose cameras, you said, did capture what happened and confirm it happened, did they report any of this immediately, or what did they do when they saw him doing this?
Well, the affidavit of probable cause and complaint don't go into the details about what each person saw and exactly what they observed, but all that will come out as the case moves forward.
Did your office look at his conduct when
One at a time.
Sorry.
Go.
When he was at the borough, Pendel, and Unionville police departments, and also he had a shorter than typical time in Lower Moreland Township. Was any of that part of the investigation, and was there anything that came from that?
Well, we're only going to charge people with criminal conduct when we have facts to support that. So without speculating, I will just say that we did a thorough investigation, and what we found in terms of crossing the line of criminal conduct is what's alleged in the complaint.
Did I hear you say, I may have misunderstood, that something went on in the prison as well of him taking photos? No?
There was a photograph of a naked prisoner from 2024, the day after Christmas of 2024.
Not taken in the correctional facility.
I have to defer to our detectives where that was. I think it was off-site. That person was in custody at a hotel
So
room.
there's no charges or speculation about him doing something inside the correctional facility?
The correctional facility, these charges don't pertain to that. Inside the Justice Center, the building that we're in now, that is where Deputy Sheriff Gaffney showed that image to female civilian employees inside this building, but that was not at the jail.
He didn't take any photos in the prison, that's what I'm asking.
That's not what these charges pertain to, yeah.
Joe, the affidavit says this was first learned about in April of this year, I believe. Can you just explain the discrepancy between April and July? Why bring the charges forward now?
Because we don't bring charges, especially not of this severity, without doing a proper investigation. And whether it takes 3 hours or 3 months or 3 years, we are going to make sure that we are thorough, and that when we bring a case, it's a case that is going to stick. And in this case, again, I want to commend the outstanding work of our investigators and our attorneys who worked in this case. The evidence here is not just strong; this is overwhelming evidence that this conduct occurred. And just to finish, and it's because this investigation was so thorough that we didn't stop when we had enough conduct to support the official oppression for what happened in January. We went back and made sure we had the evidence that would stick for the second victim who was photographed.
At the outset, you said he did this for kicks, as I believe how you put it. What did he communicate, if you know, to these employees who he showed the photos to? Did they know this was the person who was in custody?
Well, it's not clear in terms of people receiving it, how much information people had about what this was. But what was clear was that Mr. Gaffney knew that what he was doing was wrong. And that was really the essence of why he covered his body camera at the time. The other deputy sheriffs weren't doing that. They weren't engaging in this kind of obscene behavior to take out personal cell phones and mistreat people. And they weren't covering up their body cameras. So he knew what he was doing was wrong. He knew this was against the rules. He knew it was against the law. And that's why he's being charged.
Does he know the evidence that you have?
You'd have to ask him or his attorney.
Have you talked to the two people who these photos are of, and have they said anything? Were they aware of these photos being taken?
I'm not going to comment today about the people who were victimized because what's important to know is that it doesn't matter whether a person is okay with having their genitals photographed by a deputy sheriff while they're being arrested. That's not how we treat people. Okay. Everyone has a right to basic dignity, and it doesn't matter who you are or what state you're in. Everyone deserves a basic level of care. And this isn't about the people that were photographed and what they might have done and why they were being arrested. This is about what those of us who are in law enforcement are required to do. And because Mr. Gaffney crossed the line and he violated the trust, he's facing accountability.
These the victims, we'll call them, do they have any recourse legally?
Well, for starters, what I'm here to do is to talk about the recourse that we have and I have as the chief law enforcement of Bucks County, which is to make sure that Mr. Gaffney faces accountability. And we're going to make sure that he is held accountable in this building in a criminal prosecution.
All right, so a very disturbing story coming in out of Bucks County, Pennsylvania. That is where a former deputy who apparently was let go from the job is accused of abuse of power. And those allegations, according to the district attorney, include sending at least one photo of a naked prisoner over to other people. So again, we'll follow the latest on that investigation with the help of our Fox Philadelphia team. Right now, we do have to sneak away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but we do have other live events that are getting underway. We'll take you there in just 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Don't let Ghostina know you.
Yeah, family's way better for that.
Mike and Ike, we got you.
Awaken the instinct. Senna, ride connected.
If I could think of one word to talk about accessing healthcare in this way, I would say it's empowering to go to this website and just pick out stuff you already know works. It's your own body, and you should be able to access those medicines and those prescriptions.
It's hard to believe that in the middle of record inflation, Mint Mobile is actually lowering prices. Every plan, even unlimited, for $15 a month. You probably think there must be something in the fine print. So to prove there isn't, we turned our fine print into super duper large print and put it on a billboard. Because the only thing that we've hidden in there is how much we love you. No, seriously, it's there. That doesn't seem relevant.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 12:22 on the East Coast and 9:22 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I want to head out to a news conference taking place starting a short time ago with New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. Now, this is coming, not related to, but coming on the heels of his interview that he did with the New York Times, where he talked about the fact that he's exploring options for arresting Israel's Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, as Netanyahu heads to the UN General Assembly in just a matter of weeks. Let's lift up the audio and listen in, as I have to imagine that's going to be a question asked by reporters, quite a few of them, during a Q&A.
And all of the small business owners, the licensed drivers, the bids, the chambers of commerce, the trade associations, the advocacy groups, all of them that have been here and all of them that have also participated in our industry roundtables with their partnership, their insight, their recommendations, because everything that we present to you here today, these are ideas that have been presented to us. These are reflections of the struggles that small business owners have faced, as well as those who have fought to represent those small business owners. So I want to say thank you, because I know that so many of you have been asked time and again to offer your reflections. And many a time, those reflections have not been met with any action. And you chose to trust and believe that this time could be different. And we appreciate that you did that, because that is the basis of the recommendations here today. Thank you so much, truly. Now, there are few pleasures quite as simple or satisfying as a chocolate milkshake on a hot day. Yet for thousands of small business owners, behind the simplicity of a sweet treat, complexity often lurks. For too long, restaurant owners and street vendors have been forced to apply for not one, but 2 permits if they want to serve warm food and cold dairy desserts at the same location. Today, my friends, we are lifting the freeze that too many New Yorkers must contend with as we launch Open for Small Businesses. Open, which stands for Overhauling Procedures and Expanding Navigation, is a package of more than 50 reforms that cut red tape, eliminate redundant fees, and streamline the permitting process. In a win for every ice cream lover across New York City, we will work with the state to do away with the frozen dessert permit that requires restaurants to seek out a superfluous second permit for what they're already doing, serving food. No more treatsploitation, as we say. Right now, barbershops need 3 licenses to cut hair. one to be a barber, one to own the shop, and one from the city on top of both. The state of affairs is frankly anti-fade, and we will not stand for it, which is why we will work with the state to streamline these licenses as well. And to the bingo enthusiasts out there, for too long, the potential earnings of a hot street at bingo have been capped by arcane rules that no longer reflect how the game is actually being played. With Open, DCWP will remove unnecessary regulations, including prize limits. These are just a few of the improvements we are proud to announce today as we make it clear we are in the pocket of Big Abuela. Our reforms touch virtually every sector, from bodegas that have to apply for a license to sell identical goods outside versus inside their shop, to the childcare providers who have to navigate 3 different agencies, overlapping processes before they can actually get up and running. Most of all, we can clap for the childcare providers. You know, in this city, when there is something that we see that we want to celebrate, we say that it's a miracle, that these are miracle workers. We don't want to have to ask people to be miracle workers. We want them to just be able to do what they should have always been able to do, which is work with a city government that's responsive. Because most of all, Open will not only make it easier to run a small business, but to open that small business, to reach for that most American of dreams here in New York City. To understand how these reforms came to be, I want to echo the words of Deputy Mayor Sue and take us back to January, when I signed an executive order that directed 7 city agencies to identify bureaucratic headaches holding our small businesses back and create a plan to fix them. As we pursued this work, we hosted roundtables, convened small business leaders across the 5 boroughs to understand their concerns. What we heard was not just an issue of a cumbersome permit here or a pesky fine there. It was a larger feeling, frankly, of neglect. Entrepreneurs shared how they so often felt the relationship between city government and small businesses was defined by chronic disregard. When I was inaugurated as mayor, I said the era of small expectations and even smaller ambitions was coming to an end in City Hall. Today's announcement represents that promise made material. In addition to the Open reforms, I am signing an executive order that will focus on 3 key areas to help small businesses get open and operating faster. First, Open will become a permanent body tasked with continuing to identify reforms and reductions year-round. Second, we will expand the city's Business Express service team, known as NYC Best, to better serve New York's entrepreneurs by creating a single point of contact for small businesses who will proactively reach out to owners ahead of inspections. Instead of navigating the confusing landscape of city permits and compliance regulations on their own, aspiring business owners will be assigned a case manager who will help walk them through the process. City Hall wants to support you so you are equipped to pass your inspection. We want to help you start operating as fast as possible, and we are building out our capacity to do just that. Third, we will ensure that inspectors hand out physical copies of an expanded Business Owner Bill of Rights at every single inspection, and that agencies distribute it at every single point of service. We are doing this because a survey conducted by Small Business Services in 2025 found that just 9% of New York City's businesses reported even knowing that a Bill of Rights existed. That is a problem that today's executive order will permanently fix, because if you do not know of your rights, you cannot use those rights. The experience of opening and running a small business should feel as smooth and seamless as it looks on this soundstage. Small business owners deserve a partner in city government. Our administration will continue to find ways to repair a relationship that for too long has been defined by mistrust and antagonism. Now, as City Hall works to deliver a government that is as efficient as it is ambitious, we will partner with small businesses so that they may get to their grand opening as quickly as possible. And as New Yorkers pursue their dreams across the 5 boroughs, we will also partner with them, support them, and make it easier for them to do what so many businesses have done in our city for generations: succeed. Because we know that in a city where we all know the lyrics by heart of grand opening, grand closing, we're too often focused on just one part of the work of what it means to be a small business owner. Now we are looking forward to putting together a city government with all of its partners to ensure that we will be there for every step of the way. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is the son of small business owners, our Small Business Services Commissioner, Kenny Minaya.
All right, wanted to bring you those remarks there from New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani. He holds a news conference pretty much daily here, but a lot of attention on him right now, considering he made those remarks over the weekend to the New York Times, where he said that if Benjamin Netanyahu, the Prime Minister of Israel, were to travel to New York, which he is scheduled to do, that he is exploring options on arresting him. Again, that has been making headlines over the past several days, and you have to imagine that as we get to a Q&A portion a little bit later in that news conference, he will be asked about it probably not once, but multiple times there. All right, so we are going to head to a break at 12:30 on the East Coast and 9:30 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. We will be...
Don't let Ghosting annoy you.
Yeah, family's way better for that.
Mike and Ike, we got you.
Amanda, Jennifer, and Angela all talk to their healthcare providers about Livdelzi.
I let Livdelzi. I let Livdelzi.
I let Livdelzi. What does it mean to let Livdelzi? Ask your healthcare provider and see if Livdelzi is right for you.
And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and we continue to cover your top stories here from across the country and the world. Now, we were talking a bit earlier about the situation taking place over in the Gulf, that is Tropical Depression number 2, that is expected to strengthen potentially into Tropical Storm Bertha, as we are just about a month and a half into the Atlantic hurricane season. Now, the National Hurricane Center just a short time ago holding a very brief update to provide the latest information, as it looks like several of those Gulf states are going to be impacted, including Florida, Louisiana, Texas, really a lot of them. So let's pop up the audio here and listen to that very brief update.
Good afternoon from the National Hurricane Center. This is your daily video update on Tropical Depression number 2. We were watching this yesterday, and it's a little bit better organized today in the satellite imagery, but still not quite enough organization and strength to be classified a tropical storm. That said, we do anticipate slow development over the next 24 to 36 hours, potentially bringing this to a tropical storm strength later today or tonight, at which point it would acquire the name Bertha. So let's look at the forecast and start breaking it down for you. A very slow motion off to the northwest over the next 2 days, bringing it towards southeast Louisiana sometime later on Wednesday. But as always the case when we're talking about these systems, the center or the center of circulation and where it goes is not nearly as important as the hazards. So let's look at the wind hazards. In this case, the yellow area here, and Josh will zoom in a little bit for you can see close, is the area under a tropical storm watch, meaning tropical storm conditions are possible anywhere in this yellow area. If you were watching yesterday, this area has been expanded westward. It stopped here on the Florida-Alabama state line yesterday. It's been expanded westward to now include southeastern Louisiana to the mouth of the Mississippi. Again, tropical storm watch, tropical storm force winds possible in that area. We've also recently issued a storm surge watch, meaning potentially difficult or life-threatening storm surge in this area, denoted in the pink here. And the reason for that is we could get within this little yellow area here 2 to 4 feet of storm surge. It doesn't seem like a lot, but there's some very vulnerable low-lying areas in this part of the country. So if you're watching us from some of these areas here, mouth of the Mississippi, over to Mobile Bay, please listen to your local emergency managers. They'll have specific instructions if it applies for you, what to do. Line. You can always get all of this information, all of these graphics and more at hurricanes.gov. It is updated every 6 hours, but we'll be right back here tomorrow at the exact same time with another video update.
There you have it, a very short update there from the National Hurricane Center as we continue to track everything related to what is now Tropical Depression number 2, but what could become Tropical Storm Bertha. Not expected to become a hurricane, but a lot of different states here are going to be impacted. Again, you can see the track of the storm there as it continues to gain strength in those warm waters of the Gulf. Again, a lot of questions about how this is all going to play out. We know that at last check, it had maximum winds of about 35 miles per hour, gusts, of course, higher than that. We're going to keep an eye on the system and update you, as we always do, with the help of our Fox 13 Tampa team, other affiliates, including our team over in Houston, because you can see they're expected to be impacted as well. We do have 3 different affiliates in Texas. I have to imagine they are all going to be covering this as we progress. We are going to try to get one more quick 2-minute commercial break in right now, but a lot more live events coming up on Live Now from Fox. Stay with us.
You can't hide on a motorcycle. No roof, no doors, just freedom. Behind the visor, we're not strangers. We're wired the same. We hear everything and miss nothing. An amplified ride synced to our nature.
Y'all read me? I got you.
Good on my end.
Awaken the instinct. Senna, ride connected.
Create your own sunshine for a tan every day, everywhere with Jergens Natural Glow.
Is this supposed to make that noise? Definitely not, but we can fix it. Okay.
Our little family is expanding.
Prepping for the next stage means preparing for the unexpected.
The Tiguan is perfect for us. It's big without feeling huge.
It's reliable, and we love the safety features. And Santos helped us every step.
He told us that he drove a Tiguan and that it gave him peace of mind with his kids. Maybe he can help us with other things.
There's a Tiguan waiting for you at Hewlett Volkswagen off I-35 in Westinghouse or hewlettvw.com.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. The time is 12:39 on the East Coast and 9:39 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to get you the latest on a developing story that we, of course, have been following for months, and that is the latest taking place with the U.S.-Iran conflict as we saw more of those strikes on Iran, especially in the wake of those 4 American service members who were killed in just the past several days while working to protect our country. Now, U.S. Central Command posting this here a short time ago saying that U.S. service members aboard the amphibious assault ship USS Boxer support flight operations day and night from the Arabian Sea as CENTCOM enforces the naval blockade against Iran. As of July 20th, the U.S. military has redirected 7 commercial vessels and disabled 1 to prevent the ships from leaving or entering the Iranian ports. Now, we are also getting more information about those American service members who lost their lives. I want to pop this up here on your screen as it is just coming in to our newsroom here. These are photos of those fallen heroes. Now, the U.S. military has identified 2 of the 3 American service members who died when Iran struck that base over in Jordan. The Department of Defense, also known as the Department of War, saying today that the 2 are First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan, a 25-year-old from Hawaii, assigned to Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and Private Isabella Gonzalez, a 19-year-old from Texas, assigned to Ansbach, Germany. 2 other American service members were killed in Iranian attacks over the last several days, and that includes another at that base in Jordan. A 4th service member died in Iraq while conducting a controlled detonation of an unexploded device from an Iranian attack drone. Now, at this point, these are the photos that have now been provided of those 2 American service members who have been identified after that attack over in Jordan. We're talking Private Isabella Gonzalez from Texas and First Lieutenant Tyler James Feehan from Hawaii. Right now, what I want to do is pop this up on your screen. This is coming in from CENTCOM as well, and it does say that yesterday, U.S. Central Command announced the passing of 2 U.S. service members and the missing status of 1 in Jordan following an Iranian attack on July 17th. After a thorough search, U.S. military personnel found unidentified remains at the location earlier today, that was yesterday. An examination process to verify the remains is ongoing. Separately, a U.S. service member in northern Iraq was killed in action July 18th during a controlled detonation of an unexploded ordnance from a downed Iranian one-way attack drone. A second service member was wounded and continues to receive medical treatment for a minor injury. CENTCOM is withholding additional information, including the identities of the missing and fallen warriors, out of respect for the families during that notification process. Of course, we are continuing to follow all of the developments there on the U.S. and Iran as that conflict continues. Another day in a row here, 9 or maybe even 10 days at this point in a row of the U.S. strikes on Iran, which of course have intensified in the wake of those killings of the 4 American service members. In the next 24 hours or so, we should be getting more information about the other 2 service members who passed there while defending our freedoms here over in the Middle East. Right now, what I want to do is head out to some of the other live events we have. But first, I want to pop this up on your screen once again to remind you that we are tracking the latest on Tropical Depression 2, which is expected to strengthen potentially into Tropical Storm Bertha. That could happen in the coming hours here. As you can see, the track is moving towards several different states, including Louisiana, Texas, our different affiliates in those areas, including Fox 13 Tampa, likely to be covering this, as well as our Fox 26 Houston team. We will make sure to keep you updated as, again, we may have Tropical Storm Bertha here on our screens via the XRAD radar system. All right, so I do want to head back to some of the other live events, as I mentioned, that we have going on right now, because what we're looking at is an event with Zoran Mamdani, the mayor of New York City. Now, this is an event all about small businesses, but it comes in the wake of Mamdani's comments that he made to the New York Times about looking into his legal options to arrest Netanyahu, Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister of Israel, when he is in New York City in the coming weeks. It's likely that during the Q&A that's to follow this newser, that we will have really some questions here that are asked about that. So let's lift up the audio and listen in live.
Best team has been so valuable to me. Throughout opening both stores, when I was going through my lease, NYC Best provided a lawyer who reviewed my lease at no cost. Angel from SBS Best team helped me prepare for my opening day with a mock inspection. He was always available for me. He answered any question I had and guided me through all my challenges. They didn't just provide resources for me, they provided relationships, expertise, and confidence. They genuinely wanted my business to succeed. That's why I'm so happy to be here today, joining Mayor Mamdani, Deputy Mayor Sue, and Commissioner Minaya as the city expands the NYC Best program. I tell so many of my friends about NYC Best. When they're interested in opening up a business, I say NYC Best. I can't wait to see NYC Best reach out to many more people with their kind support and guidance. While that guidance and one-on-one help are incredibly important, it doesn't change the fact that there are still too many rules to keep up with. And sometimes it feels like our own city government is working against us. Mr. Mayor, I never knew about the Business Owners Bill of Rights before today. In all my inspections in my stores, I've never received one. Thank you for directing all city inspectors to promote these rights and for raising the standards of customer service in the city government throughout today's reform. Thank you also for the dozens of reforms to fines, fees, and licensing requirements that will reduce unnecessary distractions and allow us to spend more time serving our neighborhood. When we invest in small businesses, we're investing in entire families, neighborhoods, and the future of our city. I was so lucky to have the support of New York City Best throughout my journey. And I'm grateful that many other businesses will not only have NYC Best, but also the support of the entire city government led by Mayor Mamdani. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we're going to shred some regulations and sign the executive order.
All right, you can see Zoran Mamdani and others there in New York City are shredding regulations, as they say. So the news conference is all about small businesses there and, again, shredding the regulations that exist for those businesses. What we're waiting on is the question and answer session that's likely to take place, as you have to imagine that at least one of the reporters out there is going to ask Mamdani about the comments he made to the New York Times about arresting Benjamin Netanyahu when the Israeli prime minister visits New York City for the United Nations General Assembly in September. We are going to sneak in our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, though, but we will have more coverage coming up on the other side.
Life doesn't slow down. It's loud when you need quiet, messy when you just cleaned up. It's the face you can't say no to, the people you do anything for. It's the 73rd, or rather 37th birthday parties. A full life beats a perfect one, and we wouldn't have it any other way. Family Dollar, we're here for it.
Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here on this Monday. My name is Josh Breslow, and I want to get you back to a story that we have been following out of New York City. This involves the quote-unquote incendiary device that was deployed outside of the federal building, in the building there, that houses the home of the Immigration and Customs Enforcement Office. I want to pop this up on your screen because this is coming in from Fox News. As they say, new. The FBI says the suspect who deployed an incendiary device outside a federal building in New York City has been taken into custody. The suspect poured an unknown liquid on the ground, placed fireworks on top of it, and ignited them, causing a small fire, according to the FBI. The suspect was also armed with a pellet gun. Two people, a federal employee and a civilian, suffered minor injuries and were treated and released. Now, we do have the portion of that news conference we were playing a bit earlier where the FBI talked very briefly, maybe about 30 seconds about that. I'm going to pop up the audio so that we can listen in.
As you may or may not be aware, around 9 o'clock this morning, a man with an incendiary device in some liquid, I don't know what the liquid was, put the liquid down, set some fireworks on top of it. It caused a little bit of a little fire. He was armed with a pellet gun. Two people were injured, one federal employee and one civilian. Minor injuries. They are both treated and released. And at this time, our Joint Terrorism Task Force is investing this as an anti-government attack on a federal facility. And that's all I have.
All right, so very limited information, but again, it sounds as though they were trying to say that ICE could have been targeted there in that attack. We'll make sure to keep you updated, but two people suffering minor injuries there, one of them a federal employee, and we also know that suspect is in custody. Right now, what I want to do is head back over to Mayor Zoran Mamdani of New York City. As I mentioned here, he's taking questions from reporters just starting here, and it's very likely that at least one of them will be about the situation with Benjamin Netanyahu, where he threatened over the weekend to essentially arrest Netanyahu as he heads over to New York City for the United Nations General Assembly.
Kill Legionella bacteria. Due to the aggressive strategy of early testing, enforcement, and remediation, we believe that we have now eliminated the source of exposure. Regardless, we are continuing to inspect cooling towers and will aggressively enforce our public health laws. We will not rest until each and every New Yorker is safe. And I want to thank the New York City Health Department for all that they are doing to keep New Yorkers safe and healthy, as well as our health commissioner and our deputy mayor who are here with us. And for any New Yorker who is interested in finding more information, I would encourage you to go to nyc.gov/Legionnaires for the latest. Thank you.
We'll take some questions about the executive order first, and then we'll have time for off topics. Anyone have questions about the executive order? Sorry, from the press. All right. Thank you, everyone. We're going to take some off topics. We'll start with Catherine from CNN. And we also have Dr. Martin here, as well as our Deputy Mayor Arteaga, to answer questions about Legionnaires.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Mayor. Over here. Hi.
Hi, sorry.
Hi. That's okay. Wondering if you can also provide an update on the 26 Federal Plaza incident that played out this morning. I saw your tweet earlier, but wondering if you can give more of an update there.
So what occurred outside of 26 Federal Plaza this morning was deeply disturbing. I'm relieved that no one was seriously injured and that a suspect is in custody. My team is in touch with our NYPD, and we will be supporting the federal investigation. Our administration will continue to ensure that every New Yorker is safe in their city and that we hold anyone accountable who threatens them.
Thank you. We're going to go to Yolanda from Telemundo.
Señor Alcalde, buenas tardes.
Sí, buenas tardes.
Now that the World Cup is over, what is your assessment on its economic impact on New York City, and how will you evaluate the security operation throughout the whole tournament?
I first just want to say thank you to every single city worker, from the NYPD to NYSEM to Parks to DOT. The work that was done to ensure that this was such a successful tournament is one that most of us will never know how many hours were poured in. But from the glimpse that I have seen, it is an immense amount of commitment and dedication to this city and to a summer that has become one that New Yorkers will remember for the rest of their lives. And when it comes to the economic impact, we are still assessing the full economic impact, given that the final was just yesterday and many who came to watch the game are still actually in our city, many of them celebrating, some of them not. And what I can say is that we have seen a tremendous boost for restaurants and bars across our city. And we have seen that no matter which borough we're speaking about. Today we're here in the Bronx. I was at Xochimilco, a cafe in the South Bronx, to watch Mexico play South Africa in the opening match of this tournament. We know that so many New Yorkers have gone to those bars, they've gone to those restaurants, and they've really enjoyed the spirit of what has been an incredible World Cup. When it comes for our hotels, we know that for the first week of the World Cup, that occupancy went beyond 90% for that first week, and then throughout the month of June, it never went below 80%. We're waiting to see the results of what it looks like for the last weeks that we've just had. And we also saw that during the Knicks championship run, 9 out of 10 bars saw a significant increase in revenue. And we are anticipating that the World Cup will have a similar impact, given that in New York City, every game is a home game. You know, we are all rooting for the UN's men's national team across our 5 boroughs. And we also know that if you're on Steinway and Egypt is playing, you feel like you're in Cairo. You know, if you're in Jackson Heights and Colombia is playing, you feel the same. And it is a beautiful testament to what makes this city so special. And I think what has made this tournament so special is people, they are seeing themselves, their heritage, their culture, their countries in the fullness that they deserve.
Thank you. We're going to go to Emma from The Times and then Leah from Politico. Oh, never mind. Questions answered. We're going to go to Leah from Politico and then Morgan from Fox.
Hi, thank you. Mayor, following your comments about the working class and the New York Times interview this weekend, I'm just curious as to, would you consider yourself working class?
I would consider myself the mayor of our city. And what I mean by that is, you know, I said it the other week that I haven't knocked on anybody's door in New York City and they've told me their concern is the mayor makes too little. My focus is on those who are struggling to afford life in this city. And we see that definition has expanded over time. Who struggles in this city? The definition we used to have of how much money would be enough to survive in this city clearly hasn't kept up with the costs that we've seen in this city. We're talking about the major costs that New Yorkers face. Number 1 is housing. Number 2 is childcare. Our Commissioner of Small Businesses Services, new child here, if we can have a round of applause for our littlest baby. And this is now sad news, but the cost of childcare is $20,000 a year. The amount of money that you need to make to be able to afford that is $334,000 a year. That would have been considered an unbelievable amount of money. And yet what we see today is that this is a cost that is hitting every New Yorker. So that's where my focus is.
Thank you. We're going to go to Morgan and then Heather from News 12.
Hi, Mr. Mayor.
Hi, Morgan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the Ambassador of Iran, just how you, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City. And when it comes to Benjamin Netanyahu, we're speaking about someone who's the subject of an international criminal court arrest warrant. And he's the subject of this arrest warrant for alleged crimes against humanity, for war crimes, and he's the architect of the genocide against Palestinians in Gaza as Israel's prime minister. These are not facts of my personal assessment, they are facts of public record. And I believe that when someone is charged with an international criminal court warrant, it's something that should be taken seriously, whether it's Benjamin Netanyahu or it's Vladimir Putin or whomever else. What I've also made clear is that my administration will follow all applicable local laws. That is our commitment. That is something that we will follow through on when it comes to an adherence to local law. And that's all I have to add on that.
Thank you. And now we're going to go to Heather from News 12.
Are you looking at arresting anybody else on that list of people who've committed international war crimes?
My point is that if someone is charged with a warrant by the International Criminal Court for these kinds of crimes, that's something I believe that should be honored. And I've also said that we will follow our local laws.
Thank you. Last question will be Heather from News 12. Hi, Mayor. How are you?
Hey, Heather. How's it going?
Good. Thank you for taking my question. This morning, several state leaders did a joint inspection of the Horizon Juvenile Detention Center here in the Bronx. They found multiple issues of overcrowding, staffing issues, and the most recent incident last month where nearly a dozen people were hurt in a fight that broke out there. They're calling on your office to do a comprehensive review of the incident and facility operations. Are you planning to visit the facility yourself to do an inspection, and where do conversations stand on getting the facility under control and maintaining a safe environment for those who are there?
So this has been a focus of a number of our conversations internally, is how to ensure that we are delivering not only safety, but also adherence when it comes to Horizons. And yes, I will be visiting Horizons at some point. However, we're not going to be waiting for my visit to take action, and that's going to be something we're following up on.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, do you feel like the response to Legionnaires was enough if 3 people died? Also, I wanted to ask you said you were content with open primaries. What did you mean?
All right, so New York City Mayor Mamdani taking questions and several in the lines of his remarks over the weekend talking about looking into arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. There were some more questions pertaining to that particular topic. However, whoever was answering for him declined to have him comment further. But all of this after Mayor Mamdani disclosed that New York City attorneys were exploring whether New York City police could arrest Netanyahu when he visits New York City for the UN General Assembly in September. And we now have President Trump weighing in on this. And this is a social media post that President Trump gave just a short time ago, saying Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested in any way, shape, or form while in the United States of America. He is fighting against the Islamic Republic of Iran, which recently killed 52,000 innocent protesters and has spent the last 47 years killing American soldiers and others. The only ones that should be arrested are the people that led Iran into this unprecedented spiral of death and destruction, something that should have been dealt with years ago by previous presidents. So that is what President Trump shared via Truth Social a short time ago, stating that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu will not be arrested when he visits New York City for the United Nations General Assembly in September. This comes after an interview with Mayor Mamdani as he disclosed that attorneys for New York City were exploring whether police could arrest Netanyahu when he visits in September. This is also a social media post right here from the New York Post saying that critics are slamming Mamdani for threatening to arrest Netanyahu in New York City, calling it, quote, delusional and reckless. We, of course, will continue to follow all of the reaction and developments as they come in. I'm Stephanie Quinn. You are watching live now from Fox. We're going to just step away for a moment as we continue with more live coverage after.
We'd like to think of our road as a pursuit of progress. And the further we go, the more we realize that a better tomorrow starts with a better today. Non-alcoholic beer that's fit for all times.
I hunt private land. What's for me?
I wanted the medication at that time, and I didn't want to wait for it. Can't just call your doctor and say, give me some more whatever they prescribe without them saying, well, you've got to come into the office. We've got to look at it.
There's just something special at Texas weekends. Something that makes us push a little harder. Stand a little taller. Laugh a little louder. With Jexa Energy, every weekend is a 3-day weekend with more free electricity. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, free. Call 855-GOT-JEXA or visit JEXAenergy.com to switch to the free 3-day weekends plan. More free electricity for every Texas weekend to come. Jexa Energy.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We do have a new event taking place in Oakland, California, as we're hearing from people talking about an ordinance on immigration surges. So I did want to dip into that and listen in.
Shall not detain anybody on the basis of a civil immigration detainer. These are essentially non-mandatory requests from ICE and other agencies that enforce federal civil law to say that our Oakland Law Enforcement Department will not be enforcing that. So with that, I would love to turn this over to our mayor, who's been a leader in this space, to also add some remarks here. Thank you.
Well, good morning. And let me just first say thank you to Councilmember Wong, to Councilmember Guile, to Councilmember Houston, to our community partners, Faith in Action, because truly, this is an example of what we constantly say here in Oakland, and that is it's the voice of the people. It's the empowerment of people that drives what we do in city government. So just thank you all very much for being such diligent, and bold partners. And 40 years, City of Refuge, 40 years, yeah. 40 years. Codifying these provisions into law, it took 40 years, but this is the moment to do this. We are a community who values everyone's civil and human rights. regardless of status. Everyone in Oakland deserves to be seen, deserves to be heard, and we're not going to allow ICE to come in and terrorize our communities. And so all of the provisions which Councilmember Wong, Gaio, Houston have put forth, and I hope this, I'm confident it's going to pass, are so important to not only send a message to Washington, D.C., but to send a message to our immigrant community. Because our immigrant community, the fear and the trauma and the worry that they have to live under, they need to know that their city is with them. We want them to feel that they can call 911, for example, and not have to give their status. And what the council members have put forth, and I'm a proud co-sponsor of this, has ensured that all of these provisions are enshrined into law, and that is extremely important here in Oakland. So just thank you for being here. I'm thankful for the press. I say it's another good news day. It's unfortunate that we have to do this, but we are a city of refuge, and we have to act upon our values. And we have to not only talk about what we're doing to protect our immigrant community and to make sure that they have the resources that they need, but we have to show them that we are faith in action. And so thank you all very much for being here, and thank you again.
Thank you, Mayor Lee. We will now hear from District 5 Councilmember Gaio.
Thank you. Thank you. Buenos dias. Good morning to all of you. It's not about what we say, it's about what we do. Pues para la comunidad de habla hispana, latina, pues aquí estamos y no nos vamos y chinga la migra. Muy claro. Just, it doesn't matter who you are, where you're from. If you're in Oakland, we need to respect and love the city that we are in to make sure that our children have a future. And for me, that's the number one priority. I was from the very beginning in the development of the sanctuary city. And what led me to that is what was happening in our Oakland Unified School District. The immigration was showing up at our schools early in the morning. And when mom and dad drop off their children in class, well, they would take mom away or they would take father away and haul them away. And that's why we established a sanctuary city throughout the city of Oakland many years ago to protect our children and families. But what I do want to leave a message for la familia de habla hispana es lo más importante en los Estados Unidos. Y aquí estamos porque queremos estar en el futuro. Lo más importante en los Estados Unidos es la educación de sus niños. No hagan una excusa que no podemos ir a la escuela o no vamos cada día, porque lo más importante es la educación de nuestros niños y va a ser el futuro no nomás de ustedes, pero también.
All right, so we are listening here to Councilmember Noel Gaio as he's now translating everything into Spanish right here. All of this having to do with announcing a comprehensive update to Oakland's City of Refuge Ordinance. So we did want to share that with you. However, we do see that Immigration Border Czar Tom Homan is now speaking. We're going to transition to that now live.
I want the American people to see what that ICE officer sees when he takes action. And I think it's going to help ICE with the false media that's out there about him.
But then why did the administration roll back what the Biden administration was trying to do to get body cameras and all?
That's a question about me. I'm just saying when I came back and, then when Democrats shut the government down, I was a part of that negotiation team up on the Hill. They kept going to Minnesota. All the mistakes they say happen in Minnesota. I don't think there's a lot of the mistakes they claim in Minnesota. A lot more, I don't think, mistakes. But one thing they asked was, we want body cameras. I said, well, there's money, $120 million in the bill you're holding up for me to buy the body cameras. So the reason there's not body cameras nationwide right now because they shut the government down. And anybody doesn't believe that, look it up. Now that we have the funding, body cameras have been purchased. As of last week, they were training the trainers. Body cameras are being deployed throughout the country, training the trainers so they can go to a Boston field office and train everybody. Here's how you use it. Here's how long you need to keep the tape. And it just wasn't the funding for the cameras either. We had to hire a lot of people to handle FOIAs, because I'm sure you don't FOIA cameras every day, right? So we got our people to handle FOIAs. We got in the storage capability of holding millions and millions of video. That's expensive, but now we got the money that's being implemented.
You just said that in Minnesota, what happened wasn't a mistake with the shootings that we saw.
Democrats claim all these mistakes were made, and when I sat down with them, they said, well, they want a mask off. No, we're not taking mask off.
You're saying it's not a mistake. Do you have an update on the investigation that the American people don't know
Look,
about?
I went to Minnesota and I said from day one, it was not a perfect operation. There were several chains of command. I had a problem with the targeting. I went out there and made changes. I brought in additional internal affairs agents in. We created one chain of command. And I see a lot of people out there saying that, we surrendered Minnesota. No, we didn't. We got agreements that keeps that city safer, keeps the officers safer, and keeps the aliens safer too. Because the more aliens we can arrest in the safety and security of a jail means less criminal aliens being released to the street. So we were able to go up there and continue the operation, but we had unprecedented agreements where less criminal aliens are hitting the street, which is good for that state, good for that city, and safer for our officers. That's a win across the board.
Mr. Bowman, on the ICE officer in Maine, is there any more clarity on how he got his job, considering the vetting concerns that his wife has raised? Are there potential changes coming to the vetting process of ICE agents?
That's a question for ICE. That's under investigation. I'm sure that part now is part of the investigation. We'll let the investigation play out. I'm not going to comment on the investigation. This is ongoing.
The New York Times found a review that 550
Mark Wayne
people
Mullen as the DHS secretary. What would you describe as the difference between his management style and the management style of his predecessor?
And let me say this. Someone shared an X post this morning. There are people out there who want to attack this current administration. They don't think we're doing enough. There's an X post this morning that someone shared with me. Someone named Marianne or somebody. The ICE was arresting 3,000 aliens a day last year. No, not once. Not a single time did we arrest 3,000 aliens. And now they're saying we're arresting 2,000. We're hitting about 2,000 pretty steadily. Like I said this weekend, I looked at the data. Arrests are up about 40% over the same time period that we've been funded. Now, I've been frank from the beginning. Numbers were down for a few months because the department was shut down. Of course, numbers are going to go down when targeting less and officers, less overtime and all those other reasons. When you shut, the government down, there's going to be less to do. So, and I was very honest from day one. The numbers were down 12 to 16%, but now the numbers are trailing up 40% because we are fully funded. I thought they're doing their job, but I'm really tired of the false narratives going out there about what this administration is doing. The numbers are up. Last month, June, highest numbers of arrests in the history of the agency.
How many?
Then I see people say, wow, you're combining CBP numbers or Coast Guard. No, I didn't. The numbers I quoted this weekend were ICE numbers. So I wish people would do a little bit of research before they start attacking this administration, what we're doing right now. Our numbers are higher than ever been. And I'm sick and tired of people saying we're not doing enough. That's an insult to every ICE agent that's strapping up every day, working 6 and 7 days a week to get this done. It's an insult. These men and women are acting professionally. They're out there making record numbers, and people want to question numbers. I guess that's your right. But let's compare facts.
I just have a question about the difference in the management style of those.
Me and Mark Wayne want to get along well, and he cares about the mission. We serve different roles. ICE and CBP reports to Mark Wayne Mullen. I'm here. I help Stephen Miller. We develop strategies that send down to the programs for implementation. So we got different roles. But I think Mark Wayne Mullen's doing a good job.
How does the FBI investigate these ICE agents if they confront people? That is